Today is a great starting point to understand and learn about Power BI and the benefits that it can bring to simplifying data analytics and modeling. We will focus on Power BI Desktop, and we will understand how we can use raw data in its most rawest form to develop a custom and grounded reporting warehouse within an organization. We begin this course by first understanding how to use the Power BI query editor up until Friday, which we will then use that data so basically using that structured data set to develop visualizations that we can use for reporting. All right, and as well as, as I've mentioned, I've had 3 years experience in Power BI, so I'll also be teaching you the best practice methods. There's always more than one way to do things in Power BI, but there's also best practice methods that I have learned and that I will pass on through to you. So as Takulani mentioned, I've sent through a zip file. So it's very important that everybody extracts that file and saves that file either on their OneDrive or on their desktop, as that data would be what we will use to import into Power BI. Also, we will be sending through polls in the chat just to ensure that everybody is aligned, everybody's up to speed, if there's anybody still struggling. So for those that are acquainted with Power BI, I just ask that you be patient. For those that have not even heard about the software or it's their first time using it, because collectively as a group, we are going to be moving through this entire course. So everything that I do, I will expect you to also do. So by the end of tomorrow, everybody in the audience will have developed the exact same dashboard that I've developed. So I will move as slowly and effectively as I can, but at the same time, we are working together, we are moving together. So it's important to please raise questions either by raising your hand or by placing your comment or question in the chat room. All right. So I'm going to share my screen and let's get started with this. Could I please get a thumbs up for those that can see my screen? All right, cool. So this is the zip file. I have some additional documents there, but you don't have to worry. What you will have is the DUT BUSI a data set, and you will have the data dimension code, which is a text file. All right, so could everybody please open up the Excel file that they see on the zip file, please? So let me actually show people for those that do not know. So this is the file that you would have received. So just right click on it and extract all, and then you can choose the location where you would like to extract the file. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to extract, sorry. Okay, it's just sorry, the computer's not responding. Just waiting for this file to extract.
Actually, while that's happening, just to let everyone know that in the chat, I've actually uploaded the brief outline or the overview of the steps that you are actually following, in this workshop today. So it's the step-by-step. If people get lost, they can actually look at that Word document and just to remind themselves what you're actually doing as well, as well as using the polls. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes. So you will notice that in that instruction set, I've highlighted some high-level steps. So if you do get lost or if you get detracted because everybody else is working as well, then it's some steps for you to follow up and catch on. All right. So let me just. Right. So what everybody should see after they have unzipped the data folder is the Boosi data pack and the Power BI data table code. So if everybody can just open up the Boosi data pack, and we can start off by first reviewing our data and understanding what we have available to us. All right, I'm just working off 2 screens, so I'll be shifting over. All right. All right, so does everybody have it open? Anybody had struggles with unzipping this folder? All right, great.
Koshla's raised her hand.
Yes.
Akshay, it's Koshla here. I don't seem to have the zip, and then there are a couple of other people in the chat that also don't have the zip file.
Okay, Taklani, could you maybe assist? I know you did, I saw the email that you did send through to 41 participants.
Colleagues, sorry, it's Niv here. If I could just come in, I'm emailing the 2 colleagues from NWU. So if they could just hold on for 2 minutes, it'll be sent shortly.
Apologies for that. Let's just give everybody 2 to 3 minutes just to unzip and open the data file.
John, are you okay? I've just uploaded it in the chat to you. Do you have them? Okay, for those users that are waiting for the email, have you received it?
Yes, Akshay, they have.
All right, can I continue? Yes.
Yeah, it seems like
Yeah.
everyone has.
All right, cool. So if everybody can go to the first tab, which is performance data. So as Ku mentioned earlier, that this is real DUT student data. So looking at the performance data, as well as the beginning university survey of students data. So it's the survey data and we have the performance data. We have anonymized the student ID numbers, obviously for the sake of the PowerBI Act. And it's important that we first look at our data and we understand what we have. So in Power BI, there's always an end goal, right? You don't just get any random data set and you plug it into Power BI and start developing, right? There's an end goal of, okay, I want to develop a dashboard that can help us inform about student performance, help us inform about what are the concerns in terms of student performance, what are hindering students from performing at their best, and trying to see and hear the student voice. And I think that's important. So the end goal is to try and see how can we best use data to help improve the student voice and help improve the organization as a whole. So looking at what we have available to us, all right? So let's just take some time to go through this data set, right? So we have obviously the academic year, right? So we're focusing on the 2021 semester 1 and semester 2 results. We have our block codes. We have the first order CESM code. We have the qualification codes, what type of qualification that student was in. The type, was it a diploma 360, bachelor's degree 480, what type of qualification, the NQF level of that qualification, the program. We have the campus, so the campus that the student was in, right? We have the site, was it a foundation or not a foundation course? We have the examination results. So did the student pass? Did the student pass with distinction? Did the student fail or not applicable, which is the null values, right? Then we have the result description. So that gives us now more detail on column N. So P stands for obviously pass, FZ, fail, summon continuance assessment. And then we have P asterisks, which is basically a pass with a distinction, right? And then we have the pass fail subject. So that's simply a P and an F to indicate pass and fail. We have the final mark for the student. We have the stats credits, the subject codes, and the subject, right? So it's also important to note what is the resolution of our data, right? So can we agree with everyone that the lowest resolution in performance data should be the subject code and the subject, because all subjects are unique. So that should be the lowest resolution. That's the actual module that the student is writing an exam on, right? I see there is one hand. Is that an old hand or a new hand? Sorry. All right. Okay, so we have our subject codes and subject. What credit was that subject? Is it a 12 credit, 8 credit, 24 credit? Foundation subject, is it a yes? Is it a no? Right, then we have the department subject, faculty school subject. Was that student full-time or was that student part-time? The campus, so was it Pietermaritzburg, Indomiso, the main campus? So we have some location details, right? Student number, again, this has been anonymized. We have the country of the student, so we have some biographic information. We have the nationality, gender, male, female, what language that student obviously speaks, what was the preferred language that they speak, and that's possibly something interesting that we can maybe infer on later when we do more analysis. We have the race, and remember, as I'm going through these columns, we should be conceptualizing what we could possibly develop an analysis on. So we have performance data, which is the student marks, and we have biographical data, we have location data. So we can understand performance by location, by campus. We can understand the performance of students from males and females, by race. We can look at, we have matric type. So what is it? Was it an NSC? Was it other, what type of matriculation pass did the student achieve? Again, we can see how performance is affected by the type of matriculation that the student passed with. Matriculation date. This is something that's helpful because if we think about matriculation date, we can understand, did the student maybe take a gap year? And a gap year meaning that did they matriculate in 2020 and only began their first year of university in 2022, meaning 2021 was just a year that they took to either work or stay at home or travel or whatever the case that the student chose to do. We can understand what's the difference between students that took no gap year, maybe 1 gap year, 2 or 3 gap years. So remember, as I'm going through this data now, I'm trying to conceptualize all the different types of analysis that we can conduct, right? We have previous activity codes. We have the email address of the student. So email, yeah, possibly nothing we can infer from this. So we will obviously have to remove things that aren't necessary. We have the age. So we can also see how age affects our analysis. Residence, did the student have residence, yes or no? What benefits or rather what maybe, how did that affect the performance if a student didn't have a residence? Disabilities, that would be another interesting thing to understand. what are the concerns around students that are disabled, and what can be done to help improve their performance. Failed, so this tells us how many subjects the student failed, right? And then we have obviously the first time entering enrolled and the first time entering enrolled. So that's excluding cancellations and, sorry about that, including cancellations and excluding cancellations. And then we have the first time entering credit and obviously the download date. So the download date is just the date that this data was downloaded from the server. All right, so is everybody comfortable with the performance data? Are there any questions around this? All right, great. Now, if everybody could please go on to the DUT BUSI 2021, right, which is the survey data that we now have. So Ku, I know that we did try and condense this, but I've actually chosen to use the entire data set for those that might want to continue developing further analysis later, post this workshop. So, you know, we can always remove things and handle the data as we want in Power BI. All right, so again, we have, you know, this is a survey data that we have. So obviously, please fill in your student number. So this is for the exact same period. Remember, we want to understand or link up the student survey data to performance data. So it has to be the same data set for the same period. We can't have 2022 data, performance data, and 2021 surveys. Then it's impossible for us to create the link between the two data sets. So this is for the exact same period. And then this is quite a large data set, as everybody can see. So we have quite a few. It goes up to GQ, right? So it's quite a lot. But just looking at some of the questions that we have, right? Please indicate the year you matriculated from high school, all right? So that we can agree that this might tie up to the year matriculated in the performance data. Maybe we can see, we can test that later. Since matriculating from high school, which of the following have you done? Okay, have you attended another post-school institution? So there's a whole host of stuff that we can see here, or in this case, maybe only one. Since matriculating from high school, which one of the following have you done? Again, have you worked full-time, part-time? So basically what we can see is quite a comprehensive survey. And the idea now is to try and link this data set to the performance data set. So first thing that we will start off with, well, that'll be probably tomorrow. And should we obviously finish what we have planned for today, but earlier we can actually branch into a little bit of the items that we have for tomorrow. So we were going to first try and understand or develop an analysis around the performance data. So we're going to understand geographical analysis. We're going to understand how does the performance vary between different campuses. We're going to do a biographical analysis, understand between male, female, between race, seeing the top performers. And we can also understand the linkage between the surveys and what the students have said in the surveys to how they've actually performed in terms of their average mark, as well as their student success rate, which is a calculation that we will focus on once we enter into Power BI. All right, so is everybody comfortable with this data set? And does everybody, I mean, a lot of people probably have much more analysis that they think they can conduct. And by all means, that's the whole point of this. We won't be able to cover everything in this workshop. We'll cover certain aspects, certain KPIs, but you can then take this dashboard and further develop yourself and understand the model, understand how the Power Query Editor works, understand how to develop visualizations, how to use DAX, which is the language used to code measures in Power BI. So yes, it stems from here, but let's move on from this. If there's no questions on this data set, can everybody please open Power BI desktop? So you can either click on here if you saved it on your desktop and open Power BI desktop. All right, so let's open it. Can I get just a thumbs up from everybody? Everybody has Power BI, has loaded it. If I can strongly suggest that if you do have other intensive programs running in the background, to possibly save your work if you can and close it. Power BI does require 8 gigs of RAM. However, 4 gigs is fine. But if you are running things that are computationally intensive in the background, it might slow your experience and increase the rendering times and bring some unwanted issues here. All right. So what we have is this pop-up that we see. All right. What everybody can do is just close this pop-up, right? We're not interested in this right now. So just close this. And what we should see is this blank white canvas, which is basically the reporting front end of Power BI, right? I just want to scale this properly onto my screen. Right, great. Everybody is here. All right, great. So looking at here, and obviously when you open Power BI, the first thing that comes to mind is, hey, okay, let's bring in some data, all right? And yes, you're correct. We want to bring in data from whatever sources that we have, whether it's a SQL server, whether it's Azure platforms, or whatever platform you want to bring it in, we can bring the data in. But before we go into that, I'm going to first start off by just explaining a quick overview. We will come back to this and I'll re-explain and recap. But let's just look at what we have available to us here, right? So we obviously have our file tab at the top left. So that's just to save your report, save as, to get data if you want to import, export, options that you obviously want your back end and front end to be able to do. We have the home tab. So the home tab obviously is the tab where we can go and get our data. And you can see it's added a quick go-to. A lot of people use Excel as the data warehouse to bring into Power BI. So that's just a quick tab to get the data. We have Power BI data sets, again, SQL Server, very popular one. Enter data is something if you want to manually put in data. So if I click on enter data, you can put in your column name, you can add in columns, you can put in values. So it gives you the ability to add or manually add in data. Now I'm just going to cancel this. So nobody's expected to do anything now, just pay attention and I will let you know when we need to, everybody needs to move along. All right. Oh, sorry about that. I think I closed by mistake. Sorry about that. All right, back up. All right, sorry about that. Okay, and then we have recent sources. So if you've obviously, we have Dataverse, which is connecting it to a SQL endpoint. So that's something that's obviously covered in more advanced courses. We have recent sources. So if you've already created a Power BI dashboard and you want to go and then obtain some data, transform data, this is the brains and power of Power BI. And this is what makes Power BI very unique, which we will showcase just now. Inputting new visuals, text box, right? Looking at the insert tab on the top left, we can create new pages, some more visuals, key influences, decomposition trees, smart narrative. So this is auto-generated written summary of your data. So this is using AI and smart learning to basically analyze your data for yourself, the computer to analyze your data. So that's something that's obviously AI integrated into Power BI, which is amazing. As we know, AI is leading the fourth industrial revolution with big data and Internet of Things. So it's important that we keep up to speed with what's trending. Paginated reports. This is one of the biggest updates that came to Power BI recently. We can now link Power Apps and Power Automate. So if you have a flow that you would like to automate or develop an application, you can also import data from that application into Power BI in real time, and you can develop a dashboard. So you can use Power BI for real-time analysis, or you could set scheduled refreshes for your data to refresh every 2 hours, every hour, every half an hour. So you could use Power BI. There's endless opportunities in terms of what you can do here. right? Then we have some of the elements, which are text box, button shapes, images. We will look at that much later on. Going into the modeling aspect, all right? So this gives us the ability to create measures. So remember I was telling you about DAX. So DAX is just the language that we speak when we talk about Power BI. And obviously, because I have no data, we cannot create any measures for now. We have the what if. So people that are familiar with Excel, what if parameter, obviously language, schema, and some Q&A functions. And then we obviously have view. View is very nice. This helps us to create a color palette. So on the onset, sometimes if you have a color palette in your organization with specific colors, you can go and select one of the pre-built palettes, or you could even go and create your own custom theme. So all your visuals, the background of this canvas will all align to the theme that you set, right? We can go and change our view. Do we want to fit to page? Do we want to fit to width, actual size? Power BI can also be used on tablets. So once you've developed this dashboard, you can then go and open it on your cell phone, on your smartphone. You can go and open it on your iPad or any tablet that you might have. And some of the show panes, which we will demonstrate later on. Then we also have some of the help functionalities, which is basically training videos, guided learnings. This, however, I think you might be limited if you're not a professional per user. If you don't have a license for Power BI, you might be limited in terms of what you can do. And for those that do have the trial version, it's only valid for 60 days. So after 60 days, you will not be able to open up Power BI or the online service. Online service is where you can share the report intra-organization. So you'll obviously be limited in terms of what you can do in the trial version. And then just some external tools, which is Tabular Editor, and that's for advanced courses. All right. So now that we've explained what we have available to us, sorry, I just want to scale this again. Why is it? Let's just go here and there we go, right? And then on the right-hand side, right, before we go on, the right-hand side is our visualization pane. So this is where we can make our dashboard or where we can bring our data into specific pre-built visuals in Power BI. So that if you hover over them, you can see all the host of visuals that we have available, including Power Apps, Power Automate. They also have a library where you can go and import more visuals, and there's thousands of visuals that you can get. You can also use Python. For those that are well versed in Python and R, you can use Python to code your own type of visual. So like recently what I coded was a marginal abatement cost curve, a MAC chart, or called a Mari-Meko chart as well. And I've coded that in Power BI. I think it was about a few months back. So, I've developed a lot of dynamic static dashboards for major industries, including mining companies like Anglo American internationally. I've developed dashboards for Xaros, for mostly the mining sectors, as well as some of the commercial and industrial sectors. So it's very important that you are versed in other types of platforms, because although there are thousands of visuals, but most of them are third party as well if you go and download them. So with third party, there's costs involved where you have to pay monthly. So sometimes it's important to also have Python in the background to go and develop your own visuals, because why not, right? And then we have the fields pane. So the fields pane is where you will see your data tabs. So for example, the performance data that we showed on the Excel file and the Boosi data, which we will get onto. Right, so enough of the front end. What I want everybody to do now, and here is where we're going to start moving together. So please, everybody pay attention. What we have is transform data, right? So remember I said this is the brains behind Power BI, and this is what makes Power BI one of the most powerful tools to model, transform, handle data, and to develop reporting infrastructures. So let's click on transform data, and let's click on that transform data. What's going to happen is it's going to open up another page, which I'm just going to drag over here. And this is what we see. I wonder if I can close this panel on the top here. Okay. Anyway.
You've asked me to release a poll every 30 minutes. Should I do that?
Please.
Sorry, actually, before we carry on, shall we just stop to ask if everybody has any questions?
Yes. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, so I see around 7% too fast, 7% too slow, and 89% is all good. So apologies to those that moving too fast. I'll try and slow down where I can. And for those that say I'm moving too slow, I must apologize. We just unfortunately have to move at a pace that everybody is comfortable in. All right, so I'll try and fit everyone in as best as I can. All right, so if everybody does not have any other questions and everybody's on the same page that I am, right? So, sorry, before I actually even get here, I want to explain something else. If everybody can just minimize this here, I just wanted to show you some of the other options to bring in data in Power BI, all right? So remember I told you there's a get data function, so we can bring data from Power BI data sheets, Dataverse, the web, there's a whole host of places that we can bring it from. However, as I've mentioned, I'm going to be teaching you best practice methods. So if you bring data in using this front end portal, what it does is it brings in the data as is and does not give you the ability to go and model the data and transform the data and subset the data if you want to. If you're dealing with 500 columns of data with 1 billion of rows, it's basically plug and play. You cannot handle that data. It's there, and you basically start with your visualizations immediately. But obviously, we know data, right? It never comes in clean, matched. It comes in untidy with nulls, with outliers. So there's always some form of data manipulation, data handling that's needed. So I strongly advise that nobody uses this front portal to get in data, right? Where we actually are going to import the data is using the Power Query editor, all right? So if we can all go back into this Power Query editor now, right? And on the top left-hand side, right, you will see something called New Source, right? Let's click on the drop-down for New Source, right? And here we can see Excel, SQL, the web. If you click on more, it'll give you a whole host of other options, maybe over 100 options to bring in data, right? But what we are obviously interested in is that zip folder that everybody has extracted, and we want to bring in that Boosi and performance data. So let's click on this Excel workbook, and let's go and locate that zip folder that we've created, all right? And when you open your folder, your folder with the National Power BI Workshop, you will see the Boosi data pack, right? That same data that we analyzed not so long ago, right? Once you click on the Excel file, click on open, right? And what that's going to do, all right, let it bring it in and then I'll explain. So please let me know if everybody has any struggles bringing in the data or lost in terms of where to locate the folder that they saved. Is everybody good? All right, cool. So if everybody is here on this navigator, right? What a lot of people would have noticed is in my Excel, okay, and you don't have to open the Excel sheet, I'm just explaining, right? In this Excel sheet, what I've done is I've tabularized the data, right? I've tabularized it and then renamed it as performance data. So why have I tabularized data? What's the importance of this, right? We know that in Excel, we can manually input. Excel is used for that purpose. We can manually put in columns and data, and we can change the data, and we can add columns. And sometimes, human errors happen. So what happens if this was not tabularized and it was just a standard table? Is say, for example, you were going through your data and by mistake, you put a random value here. And you didn't realize you weren't paying attention, and you put some random data in here, and then you went back and you forgot about it, right? What's going to happen is that Power BI is going to bring in absolutely everything that it sees on the sheet. So it's going to bring in everything, including this unnecessary data that's probably going to skew things, and it's going to mess up, what we have. And then only once we start developing visuals, we start seeing these errors, and then we don't know where it's coming from, and it just poses a whole lot of complications. All right. So why we tabularize the data is that Power BI will only bring in everything up until column AT, right? It will not bring in all this white space, right? And it'll bring in obviously where it ends at the bottom, right? So it'll bring everything up until column 9,676, right? So it's very important to tabularize your data so that we don't bring in any garbage. All right, so I'm going to minimize this. And again, in Power BI, it's very smart. It picks up that my data has been tabularized by looking at this icon with this blue header at the top, right? So this is the tabularized data version of my 2 sheets in Excel, and this is the non-tabularized version. So this is the danger part, that we want to try and avoid those 2 icons, right? Because as I explained with the garbage that, and the mistakes that can happen. So what we want to do is we want to select the DUT BOOSI 2021, and we want to select the performance data. These are the 2 data sets that we are going to bring into Power BI. So once you've selected both the data sets, we can click on OK. Right, and what it's going to do is it's going to bring in a snapshot, right, of the data that we see in Excel. Now, why do I say snapshot, right? Think about it if Power BI had to bring in the actual size of your data. Say you have data with 1 billion rows and 5,000 columns, right? It's possible. Okay, if you look at mining industries and the data that they log on a millisecond basis, it's incredible. So if you have to bring in the actual size, imagine how slow this would be if you're running a 2 gig memory computer and you cannot process all this information because you have a slow computer and you have like a 10 gig data file that you're bringing into Power BI, right? It's going to drastically slow your model down, and you eventually going to just give up, close Power BI and try and find something else to work with. So what Power BI does is that it brings a snapshot of the data, meaning that if your data file in Excel is say 20 megabytes, bring it into Power BI will condense that into maybe 5 kilobytes or 3 kilobytes, and there's some studies where I've seen where people have brought in 1 billion rows of data and Power BI took like 3 or 4 seconds to bring in and process. It's marvelous at what capabilities this platform has to try and enhance your user experience, right? So what we have is DUT BOOSI data and we have the performance data, right? So again, we can take a quick squiz at what we have, right? Remember, we've analyzed this data already. We've conceptualized what we want to develop, and it's pretty much the exact same columns that we saw in our Excel file, right? And what's important to note, right, in this data set is that Power BI is very smart in understanding the data type of your columns, right? Academic year, we know that we're dealing with 2021, and this is a whole number, right? And if we hover over this first column that we see here, we can see that it has a 1, 2, 3, right? Meaning that it is a whole number. So Power BI has already determined that by itself, right? Academic block code, again, it's only comprises of numbers, so it's a whole number, right? We have academic block, right? ABC, meaning that it is a text column, and that is correct, right? ABC is the text column. So it's important that when we bring data in, sometimes Power BI doesn't bring in the correct data types and formats. So it's very important to re-look at your data set when it comes in. So we'll quickly just go through it. First order CSM code, that's a whole number. We agree that these are all text columns, so that's 100%. Again, here, what's happening here now, right? We're seeing something that has ABC and 1, 2, 3, all right? So NQF level, if we click the drop down, we can see what we have available. And the only numeric number it's picking up is null, right? But null actually is just blank, it's blank, right? But we can agree that even if we load everything in this data set, that it's purely numeric. So what we can go and do is we can click on the NQF level header, we can click on ABC 1, 2, 3, and we can convert that to a whole number, right? And what that's going to do is just going to bring in the nulls to the far right. So in Power BI, a numeric data is usually stored on the right-hand side, right? And text data is stored on the left-hand side. So it's easy for you to see. You don't have to keep looking at 1, 2, 3. Everything that's on the right-hand side of the column it should be numeric. Everything on the left, sorry, should be text, right? So again, remember what we're doing is we're transforming our data. You've got to be patient with this process because this is ideally what you're going to be reporting on. And you don't want to make any mistakes or rush through this and then report on things that aren't correct. Then what's the point? You want to use this for decision-making in your organization. So you want to make sure that it's actually a true representative of what you're going to be developing. Okay, so let's be patient with this process, right? So we have obviously text columns that we can see. Again, we have more text. Let's move on. Final mark. All right, there we go. We would expect final mark to be numeric, right? We shouldn't have any alphabets or any text in a final mark column. And we can confirm that by clicking on the dropdown, right? So we can see it's purely numeric, right? So we don't really, apart from this now, and again, we know in Power BI, what's on the left-hand side is text, what's on the right-hand side is numeric. So let's convert this column into a whole number. Okay, right. Now we have this next one, stats credit. It's already picked it up as a decimal number. It's a fixed decimal number, so that's 100% because we have decimals, right? It's not a whole number. Okay, then we have subject code. Subject, okay, that's fine. Credit. Again, we'd expect credit to be numeric. So we can just go and click on here and we can click on whole number, right? Am I moving too fast for those? Is everybody with me? Please stop me at any time, put your hands up and we can go through things and make sure that everybody's on par, right? Foundation, yes or no? We are going to be coming back to this. For now, all we're doing is just checking the data types of each column. We're going to be coming back to this a lot of the times today, right? Department, so we have text columns, that's all good. Student number, again, we would expect student number to be a whole number, and it is. So we 100% align there. Country, nationality, gender, that's all text. Race, matric type, matric date. Okay, this is a bit weird, right? We have a date, right? We have a date, but it's picking it up as a whole number. So if you click on this 1, 2, 3, you can see that Power BI has the functionality to create a data column as a date time column, a date column, a time zone, duration. So this clearly isn't a date. It's not a date format, right? So there's something up here. Okay, but we will come back to converting this column into a date. And again, this is the beauty about Power BI, right? And yes, all of this can also be done on Excel. So we will understand why Power BI and this Power Query Editor is so powerful, right? So we have previous activity code. So this is an ABC, so it's a text and it's a numeric column. And we can agree with that, right? We can see 9 8s and we can see text columns. So perfect, we can keep it as is, right? Then we have previous activity, email, age. Again, age, correct. Residency flag, 100%. Disabilities failed, right? So we picked up another problem here. Failed is picking up it as a text. Now remember, in Power BI, if you're going to say A plus B must equal to C, right? You can't add up text values. You can only add up numeric values. So if you do not convert this into a whole number, and eventually in the front end, when you want to go and now do a count of all students that have failed, it's going to give you an error saying cannot count because of text value, right? And then you're going to be like, oh, okay, let's go back to the back end. Let's convert this. So why not do it now, right? So let's go here and let's convert it to a whole number, right? FT enrolled, we can agree that's decimal numbers. So 100%, that's all good. And again, look at this download date. See that it automatically picked this up as a date time column, right? So we're going to go back now to the other date column that we saw, and we'll convert that soon. All right, so that's the performance data. On the BOOSI data, right? The BOOSI data, because we know that it's survey data, we can expect at least 90% of it or 95% to be text columns. So we don't have to obviously go through 100 columns, okay? Possibly the one thing that we need to focus on is the student number, right? And remember, what I probably also didn't mention in the performance data is you can go and rename columns, right? We don't want it to say, please fill in your student number. Rather, we just prefer to have it saying student number, right? So we can just, it's important when you're obviously naming your column headers to ensure that you're being concise and that you be, that you name it properly, because in an organization, you're not developing this dashboard for yourself. I mean, you can, but you're ultimately developing it for the entire organization. You're going to be sharing this with participants locally, nationally, internationally. So it's important that you set columns and you rename things that actually make sense. Okay, so we renamed this, right, and it's picked it up as a whole number. Then if we quickly just squiz through again, we can see that it's picking up at ABC 1 to 3, ABC. So obviously we're not going to go through every single column, but again, we would expect Power BI to, and if we are doing analysis later on and it's giving us an error, we can always come back. And that's the beauty of Power Query Editor. If you imported data using the first method that I described early on, you will have big problems, right? So here now we can see that we're all good, we're fine, we're comfortable, all right? So this is now the first part, which is just looking and analyzing the data, making sure that when we imported the data into Power BI, the data format was correct. We looked at the data format, we looked at the naming, and everything was named fine. We have capital letters Q, we have a capital letter C, so nothing is odd or abbreviated. So things are fine. We're in a comfortable position to use this data now, right? So the next concept that I'm going to teach you is something called query settings, right? Now we're getting onto the brains of Power BI and why it's so phenomenal, right? Throughout this analysis of going through each of these data types, what Power BI does is that it stores all changes that you've made to your data under this applied steps on this pane that you see on the right-hand side, right? Can everybody see this pane? Sometimes the pane is hidden, but can everybody see this pane? It should be there by default. Perfect, right? So this applied steps it can store millions of steps, right? And it will store every single iteration of change that you make to your data here. So you can always go back in history and say you want to now delete all changes that you've made to your data. You can simply click on this cross and it will remove all the changes that you've made to changing your data types. And why is this helpful, right? Remember is that we have a raw data set, a raw data set in Excel. And what we're doing is we are transforming this data once in Power BI, right? We're analyzing it, we're transforming it, we're handling it, we're manipulating it once. So if you have to go and now add data, right? So I'm going to open up this Boosi data pack. Say you now go and add in 2022 data here, right? You append it to this table because it has the same column headers. So you just append it to this table, right? You don't now have to go back into the Power Query Editor and redo everything again. Power BI is going to store all the memory of every change that you've made in this applied steps. So you do it once, it's done. If you convert a column that wasn't a date format in Excel to a date in Power BI, it's going to remember that for as long as you have it saved under the applied steps. So that's the beauty of Power BI, is that we can make this data look so different to the Excel data that you won't even recognize that it's actually the same data set. So this applied steps, and as we now further handle this data, we will go back to this applied steps and we'll see how important it is, all right? And just looking at what we have, by default, without having to change the type, is we have source. So if we all click on source, it's going to give you all the sheets in the Excel data that we brought in. So the performance data and the DUT Boosi. Remember that the duplicate is the non-tabularized version, all right? So what we were interested in was these two, right? Navigation told you which sheet did you click. So clearly we clicked on the performance data sheet, right? So moving on, let's subset our data. Okay, now what's the point of subsetting the data? So as we were going through the data, we noticed we had biographical information, we had student performance information, we had geographical information. So we have every single thing in one massive table. Okay. Sometimes, yes, it's okay to keep things in a massive table, like for example, survey data. I mean, it's all the same survey with hundreds of columns. So maybe it makes sense to keep this as one holistic data set. But if you're thinking about performance data, right? Can't we maybe subset this data into more structured data sets where we have one table or one data set purely for program data? So where we have our qualifications, our subjects, our codes, our sites, faculties, store all that information in one table, right? Store all performance data. So your student numbers, your pass marks, your first time entering, your credits, you're enrolled, put that in one table, right? And then maybe store biographical data, student bio data in another table, because remember, student bio data, we can think of it as a static table, right? Every student has one identity. You can't have two student numbers with one being Indian, for the same student number, one Indian and one white. Doesn't make sense, right? Every student has a unique identity, and it's going to be one instance of that student ID. So that's fixed, right? And that brings us on to lookup tables that we're going to discuss. And if you look at the course material or the outline of this program, you will see that we're going to discuss lookup tables, supporting tables, effect, transactional tables. So what we're going to do with this performance data is we're going to subset this data into 3 data sets, right? As I've discussed. So what I want everybody to do is to right-click on the left-hand side under queries, right-click on performance data, and I want you to duplicate this data set 2 more times so that we have 3 instances of it, right? So we're going to duplicate it until we have 3 instances of the exact same data set. Okay, everybody's fine? Right, so remember what we said is that we are going to keep performance data under 1, and then the second one is going to be program data. So let's right click on the duplicated table, right click, and let's rename, or you can just double click on it, right? And let's rename this to program data. Okay. Program data again, right? There's a fixed amount of courses, modules offered at DUT. So it's a static thing. You're not going to expect, unless, yes, you go and add in more electives or more courses, then that can change. But again, it's static, right? You're not really going to go and change mechanical engineering into something else, right? It's going to stay mechanical engineering. So it's fixed, right? So we have program data, and then let's rename the 3rd instance of this data set to student bio data. So we have 3 instances of this.
Actually,
everybody,
quick question. I noticed
yes.
You always have an underscore between the, the words when you're naming. Is this required? So you've got like performance underscore data, or is it just a?
For me, why I use underscores is, I code a lot in different platforms, and sometimes in certain softwares, you can't leave spaces. Okay. So it's just maybe a habit for me to put things as underscores, but a lot of people don't prefer it. So for now, I'm just going to remove the underscore. So again, thanks for that, crew. We can right click on the performance data tab, and we can just remove the underscore on performance data. Okay. And while we add it, let's go and rename the DUT BlueC data as well. So right click, rename, and let's call it 2021 DUT BlueC data. Okay. So remember, we want to make things as concise and as straightforward as possible. We don't want to use fancy abbreviations and naming, because this report, we're going to be sharing it. Okay. Who is that, an old hand?
Oops, sorry, yes.
Okay, no problem. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do is, right, again, as I mentioned, we're going to subset this performance data. So what we are ideally interested in is all the performance columns. We don't care about the biographics and everything else. We want to delete everything else other than the student performance, right? So there's two methods of subsetting data, right? The first method is we can manually go and we can hold on Control on our keyboard and we can go and select all columns that we don't want. So say we want to delete that column, right? For now, I'm just explaining so nobody has to do this. You can test it out if you want to, right? So I've clicked Control and I've highlighted all these columns, right? If I right click, I can remove columns. Again, can you see what Power BI has done here? It's created this applied step as remove columns. Your Excel datasheet, however, will still have those columns. This is not affecting anything in your Excel. Your Excel datasheet is fixed. It's the raw data. It's not touched, right? So that's the first method of deleting it, right? But there's an easier way. Now, say I realized, I deleted the wrong column. Click on the cross, it brings it back. Okay, it brings it back. So the easier method is to click on this table icon that we see to the left of academic year, right? We're going to click on the drop down and we're going to click on choose columns, right? So click on choose columns for me, please. Okay, everybody's there. Right. So remember here it's performance data. So let's unselect everything because we don't want every column to be here, right? Now let's see what columns we can add into this data set, right? So let's add academic block code, right? Let's scroll down. Right, these are all, remember, these are all program data and other stuff which you don't need. Yeah, student data, we obviously need to allocate a student mark to a student. So we definitely need student number, right? Maybe we might want to add, wait, sorry, I just want to see something here. Right, so actually, sorry, I was looking at another one. So this is performance data. So we have academic block code. Let's also maybe add in academic block. First order CESM code, first order CESM. We can maybe add in just qualification code. Remember, we can have duplicates of columns so that we can just see the qualification code for that student, the qualification, and maybe the qualification type, right? And then we can maybe also have the program. Remember, it's nice to also just be reminded of that mark the student achieved for which program. So let's add program, and let's maybe put examination result subject, result description subject, that would be helpful. And then moving down, okay, we've selected student number. It might be useful to understand if the student was full-time or part-time, right? Let's move down. So this is all biographical data. So we obviously need FTE enrolled, definitely, right? We need FTE cancellation because this will be used to calculate student success rates. So let's click on that. Maybe you want to know if the student failed. That might be helpful. And we also need final mark. We need to know the average mark. So if you can't find it, what's also easy to do is search for it. So we can type in final mark, right? And you can click on final mark. So if you can't find a specific column, you can search for it. Right. So what we've done is everything that we've selected is what we want to include. And again, if we feel, okay, we don't want duplicates, we don't really need it or to be reminded about it in this data set, we can unselect it and remove it whenever you want to, right? So has everybody selected what we see here on my page? It's important that everybody tries to follow because in your breakout rooms, you are going to be using all this information to discuss with your peers and colleagues about the experience, about what, if there's additional functionality, can Power BI do this or do that? So if you're obviously not following or not doing this, then it's going to be very hard to then interact in those breakout rooms. All right, so if everybody is happy with this, you can click on OK. And as you would expect, again, it's going to remind you of what you've done. And also what sometimes is good to do is to rename this, because what Power BI is going to do is, say if you go and remove columns again, it's going to create another applied step saying removed other columns brackets 2. Right? So maybe you might want to be specific. for the sake of this course, we're not going to waste too much of time on this. It's not really the core focus, but you can right click on this and you can rename it so that you are constantly reminded of what you did at that step. You can say that you removed biographics and geographic information, right? So you can do that if you feel the need to. Right, so looking at now at this subset that we have, right? We have our columns that we chose, right? So this can be regarded as our student performance data set. Okay, so pretty happy here, right? Then once we are happy with this, we can go to program data, right? So now in program data, let's again go and select all the columns that we want in this data set. Right. So again, remember I told you, let's go to this table and let's go to choose columns. Right. So let's select all program relevant columns. Right. So academic block code, let's select academic block, maybe not first order, or maybe we would want to, we can delete it later on. Let's just add it for now. Qualification code, qualification type, MQF, program, definitely. Campus, yes. Site, definitely. Foundation, yes. Then, okay, we don't need to add examination. That's in our performance data. We don't need that. Subject code, definitely. Right. Let's move on. Subject, 100%. Subject credit, foundation, yes, no, definitely. Department, definitely. Faculty, full-time, part-time, no, we don't really need to know for course. That's specific to a student. We don't need to add that. And maybe let's just add campus. Yeah, let's add campus, right? So that's what we will add under program data. Okay, so everybody's comfortable with this. They've selected everything. Or remember, if there's other suggestions or you feel that maybe it might be helpful to add another column, please don't hesitate to put your hand up and we can add it. All right, so if we click on OK, we've now created our program data, right? But if people are looking more into the lines and are trying to say, okay, is this really the program data, right? Remember what we've done is we've duplicated the performance data, right? So what does that mean? That means that we basically going to have for every single student, all the courses they're going to take that they've taken, which means that there's going to be duplicates in this table. Because remember, this was assigned to a student number. And remember what we were saying is that program data it's a static table, it's a lookup table. It's not something that's going to change. If this is called diploma in tourism, most likely it's going to stay as diploma in tourism. So this is a static table, right? And remember when we were looking at the Excel sheet, I told you that it's very, very important to understand the resolution of data that you have, right? Do you have data by year, month, week? In that case, week will be your lowest resolution of data, right? If we have student data as we have, right? So we have obviously faculty, we have site, we know we have qualification, we have qualification type, we have program. So under mechanical engineering, for example, under the first semester, or we know that there is 10 modules or 10 subjects that are studied in semester 1 and semester 2, right? So can we not maybe agree that that subject, right, or module would be the lowest resolution, because we would only have one instance of each subject. We won't have 2 instances. Every degree will have its own unique subject code, right? Maybe it might have the same subject name, but surely the subject code should be unique. So in that case, remember, we've already conceptualized the data, we understand our data. If you don't understand your data, yeah, then you're pretty much taking a chance with developing a dashboard, right? So let's look for our lowest resolution of data, which is subject code and subject, right? So what we want now, we want unique instances of every subject. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click on subject code, because what we want to do is remove duplicates. We don't want duplicates in this data set. And just as a quick check, right, what I want everyone to do is to go to transform, right? And under the transform pane on the top left, right? Next to the home tab, you will see a column or a tab called count rows. Click on count rows. What Power BI is going to do, it's going to quickly count all the rows that you have in your data set, which is 9,675, right? And if you remember, that's the amount of rows we saw in the Excel data sheet, okay? And again, Power BI has reminded you of what you've done, right? So we just wanted to do a quick check. So what we can do is we can go to the Applied Steps tab, click it, close. We just wanted to do a quick check. So after we remove duplicates, we would expect to see much less, or maybe a tenth of what we see there, all right? So let's scroll back now to subject code, right? Let's right click on subject code. And when you right click on subject code, you will see something called remove duplicates, right? So if I click on remove duplicates, what Power BI is going to do is going to remove all duplicate records of subject code. All right. Now, when we do a check to see that it's actually removed the duplicates, which definitely has, because it's reminded us here that we've removed duplicates on subject code, right? What you will notice is that this gear icon, right? So on items that don't have gear icon, it's very hard to see what column you've removed duplicates. Because say you have 100 steps, you're not going to remember which column you remove duplicates. And that's why I said it's important to remove duplicates on subject code, right? And on some high order transformations, you will get this gear on the right-hand side, this little gear icon. If you double click on this gear icon, it brings back this exact same pop-up. So we can again go and decide, hey, actually, okay, I don't need the duplication of qualification code in this table. Let's remove it. You know, so again, you can always go back, select which columns you want to remove, what columns you don't want. Right? So we've removed duplicates, and let's just go and double check the count of records that we have. So again, if we go to the transform tab and we go to count rows, 671 as opposed to 9,000, I think it was 675 that we had previously. Right? So we have a lookup table, right? A lookup table with all program data. Okay, so once we verified, and this obviously seems okay, we can go and remove this step because we don't want to count it. So click on the cross and we're back to our program data. Everybody comfortable so far? Right.
Sorry, Akshay, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So when you were, oh my, all right. I'm just trying to think, there were certain columns that you wanted to add into program data. Were we supposed to do that as well?
Yes, definitely. Sorry, I did ask while I was presenting, everybody had the exact same columns and selected everything that I selected in here. Sorry, maybe I am moving a bit too fast. Can everybody confirm, or maybe just a raise of hands quickly of how many people did not or are not where we are?
Okay, because I have selected a few of them, but not all. It was maybe I'll just take a screenshot of this and then just do it.
No problem. Let me start off with performance data for those that may have missed it. Right. Let's click on the performance data tab. Okay, it's very, very important that we have the correct columns together because it'll create complications later. Right. Click on the performance data and then go to the applied steps where it says removed other columns. And click on that little gear icon on the right. Okay, and it's going to bring up this pop-up. Okay, so I'll just keep it here for 20 seconds if everybody can select what they see, and then I'll scroll down. Please make sure that you have the exact same boxes checked as me.
Sorry, can I just ask another question? I am currently under count. So next to my left-hand side, I can see. Yes. So how do I come out from count? Sorry, this is a really stupid question, but.
So when you were on count, this is what you would see, right? Or whichever table you are on. What you're going to do is you're going to go to the applied steps on the right-hand side, and you're going to click on this cross where it says next to counted rows.
Okay.
And you're going to delete that from the applied steps, and it should bring you back to your data.
Okay.
All right. Sorry for those that we are past that a bit too quickly. All right. So let's go back here now, and please, can everybody just verify and double check, even if you have done it, just make sure that you have the same columns as me. All right, I'll give you 10 seconds and then I will move on.
Sorry, Akshay.
Yes, sorry, if you could say your name so that I know who I'm speaking to, please.
It's Simpiwe.
Yeah,
Hi,
it's
Simpiwe.
Simpiwe. I think I might have lost you. Can I quickly share my screen so that you can see where I am?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't, for some reason, can't seem to see my Zoom. I think because I'm presenting.
Yeah, because you're presenting, so I'm not going to be able to share it.
Okay, so let me just cancel my share. Or share. All right, I've stopped sharing.
All right.
Fatima, if you could also maybe just send another poll, general poll, just to see how audience is doing.
Okay, yeah. Can you now see my screen?
I can see your screen.
Okay, so this is where I'm at.
Okay, so Simpiwe, remember now where we're working in is transform data, right? You see the transform data icon on the top next to refresh icon. Yeah. Did you import your data in this process? This is where I'm importing the data, and this is where I've insisted that you import data.
Yeah, I've done this, but I think I got left behind somewhere, and I was trying to get back.
So you click on transform,
and I landed here. Yeah.
Oh, maybe you might have just closed that, close the transform editor, which is fine.
Yes.
Click on transform. Click on transform data again.
Okay.
Right, now you're back to this transform editor, this Power Query editor, sorry.
Okay.
All right, and now we are at the place
Okay.
where we're selecting all the columns that need to be in each data set. All right.
Yeah, I think I've done that already.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Sorry, Niv, are you okay? Can I maybe reshare my screen and scroll down for those that need to just verify?
Can I just relaunch the poll again?
Thank you. Okay, just take a quick thumbs up for those that can see my screen.
Sorry, actually, I think I do know what to do, but I just have done something else now. So I will try my best to catch up. If not, I will raise my hand again. Thank you.
Okay, Niv, you want to maybe tell me where you are? Are you struggling to select data columns, or are you further behind?
Okay, so I'm where you see, so I clicked on transform data and I'm seeing another table now, and it's got, so on the right-hand side, it's saying query settings, and it's got 2021 DUT BUSI data, and then below that there's applied steps source.
Okay,
and so,
sorry, maybe you want to just share your screen quickly. Apologies to everybody else, but it's important that we all move collectively together.
Okay.
Share your screen quickly, and then we can attend to it quickly.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
Akshay, whilst Nev is sharing a screen, can you see the poll results? I'm going to close it now.
Yes, I can. So 19% is saying I'm moving too fast, 5% too slow, and 76% is all good. All right. Okay, so let's just please, if we can all just be patient, just have a sip of water or just relax for now while I just assist people. So Niv, you want to maybe share your screen quickly and then we can see?
Okay, sorry, one moment. I am here. Okay. I don't know if you can see, okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so this is where I am.
Okay, all right. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on table next to 2. You see what says item 2 DUT BUSI 22 on the table?
Yes.
No,
yes.
sorry, on the actual table. Yeah, it's got
yes.
a table highlighted in yellow next to that.
Yes.
To the right on that. Yes, click on table.
Okay, there we go. All right,
right.
I'm back.
Now we're back here. Okay, now remember, please fill in your student number. You're going to rename that student number. So double click on the yellow part.
Okay.
No, sorry, double click on the yellow part.
Okay.
Double click on it. Sorry, just exit now, don't right click. There we go. I'll just type in student number.
Okay.
Right, 100%. Now what you're going to do is I can see your performance data. You're still on 1, 2, 3. Can you see that? So click on performance data.
Okay.
And counted rows on the right hand side. Click on that cross and remove it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Have you removed? I see you haven't removed duplicates, right? So scroll to the right of this data set.
To the right. Okay.
Yes. Until you find subject code.
Okay.
There we go,
Okay,
subject code. Right click on subject code.
Yes.
And remove duplicates.
Move by the
3 more
pen.
down. There we
Okay.
go. 100%. So
Okay.
program, are you on par with the program with oh, sorry. This is performance data. Sorry. Remove that a step. Yeah. Where you go to remove duplicates, click on that. Sorry, I didn't see which table you were on. Go to program data.
Okay.
Yes. Right. And yeah, click on the cross where it says converted to table.
Okay.
Yeah,
Remove counted rows.
Yeah, remove that as well. Okay, now scroll to the right until we see subject code and remove duplicates. Shoot, sorry, this is okay. This is now Boosie data. Whoa, something weird happened here.
Oh dear.
Go to source.
Okay.
On the right hand side. Sorry, on the right hand side under applied steps. Click on source and click on next to performance data. Click on the first table, the table on the number 1.
Okay.
Go up. Yeah, click on table.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Continue. Right. So what you're going to do now is I'm going to reshare my screen, and what everybody needs to do is make sure they've selected the correct columns for each of these 3 data sets.
Okay.
All right.
I'll stop sharing now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going colleagues, sorry, I also forgot to mention that we do have comfort breaks. We actually fit into our comfort break, which was meant to start at 10:45. Should we have a 10-minute comfort break till 11:05, and then lunch we will commence at 1 o'clock from 1 to I think it's 1:45 or 2 p.m. Should we have a quick 10-minute comfort break for those that might need the bathroom or make some tea? All right.
Okay.
Perfect.
Some people are saying please.
Please. All right. 100%. So we will resume at 10 or at 11:05. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Sorry, actually, I think just maybe give everybody a few more minutes. I see some people are giving us a thumbs up, but most aren't. So maybe let's just give maybe about a minute more. Thank you.
Okay, are we good to go, everyone? Kun, Nev, or Fatima, could I please ask that you assist me with questions in the box? I think because I'm presenting, I can't see the.
Sure.
Maybe I can. Sorry, maybe like you can hear. Yeah, just I must, in case I missed it, please just let me know if there's a question.
Okay, don't worry.
I think the only question came from Ashton Maheri from DUT. Don't we need subject code 2 in performance data? And then Dr. Kupaka just said she agrees, and also possibly in the foundation subject, and possibly if foundation subject.
Okay, perfect. Yes, thanks for the suggestion. As I mentioned, it's nice that we're getting engagement in terms of what needs to be and what doesn't need to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off again by showing everybody what data columns need to be in each individual data set. And also, I realize that some people are using one screen, so you have to watch what I'm doing, plus replicate this on Power BI. So I will try and go move in a correct speed. So what we're going to do is on performance data, right? Let's go to the first tab, performance data selected, right? On this table icon on the top left next to academic block code, let's click on the drop down and let's go down to choose columns, right? The little table icon next to academic block code, right? Click on the drop down and go to choose columns. Okay, so in the performance data, and thank you Ashton and Ku for the suggestions. So we're going to be adding 2 more to this data set. So before I scroll down, can everybody please ensure that all yellow tick boxes are ticked on your side?
Go through all of them again, maybe, because the thing is we can't, well, I can't see your screen when I'm in my Power BI at the same time. So I think if you call them out as you go along.
Okay,
Yes.
no, 100%.
Sorry, actually, can you just tell us again how to get choose column? Because I'm looking at my Power BI and not at your one, and I.
Okay,
so you said,
no, understood. Apologies. So on performance data, right?
Okay.
You are going to go next to academic block code, and you see this little table icon on the left-hand side here.
Okay, all right, let's go back there.
You're going to click on the drop down on that table icon, and you're going to go down to choose columns.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So I'm going to read out the columns that need to be selected, right? Firstly, what I want you to do is right at the top of this little box or pop-up, select where it says or select all columns. Select that so everything is unselected, right? And I'm going to read to you what needs to be selected. Okay. So the first thing that's going to be selected is academic block code. Academic block is the next one. First order CESM code, the next one. First order CESM is the next one. Qualification code is the next one. Qualification is the next one. Qualification type is the next one. Program is the next one. So we're going to skip NQF. The next one is program. Okay. Going a little more down, we're going to select examination result subject. We're going to select result description subject. We're going to select final mark. We are going to select subject code. We're going to select foundation YN, which is yes or no subject. We're going to select full or part-time. We're going to select student number. Right, if we scroll further down towards the bottom, we're going to select failed. And we're going to select the 3 FTEs. So FTE enrolled, excluding cancellations, FTE enrolled, including cancellations, and FTE credit. Ku and Niv, is that clear? Did you guys catch that for the performance data?
Yes, I'm up to date. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Once we've selected that, we're going to click on OK. Right. Then we are going to go to program data. Right. So remember on program data, what we did before the break is we removed duplicates from subject code. So if you go to subject code, it's very, very important that we do this, and I'll explain to you when we're doing the model later on, right? The subject code, you're going to right click on subject code.
Sorry, Akshay.
Yes.
If I go to program data and it's giving me, do you know when we had the count of rows, that 9,675?
Okay.
Yeah, it's still there. It's still showing me that.
So, okay. So I'm going to go to the exact same place that you're in now, right? Okay. So what you're going to do is, so you see a number here. What number do you see?
Okay, let me see where you are. Oh, it's 671.
100%. So remember now, if you want to remove something that you've done, on the right-hand side, right, where it says counted rows here, on the right-hand side under your applied steps, click on that cross.
Okay, okay, hold on, actually. I don't even see that now. I see it in 965 and a column and column 1. So I think I'm in the wrong, actually.
Okay, you maybe want to share your screen quickly and I can assist you quickly.
Sorry, I was just going to say that I had the same problem. I think simply share your screen.
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Are you sharing? Okay, it's coming through.
Yeah. Okay, this is the wrong screen.
So you see,
no,
I think by mistake you're probably closing.
Yeah, this is yeah, this is what I see when I click on program data.
Okay, sorry. So what you're going to do is you're going to go back to transform data. Remember, we're still working on that top tab there. You see what says transform data on the top, next to refresh icon. So under the home tab, you see where all those tabs are.
Hold on, shit.
So yeah, next to the refresh, click on transform data. Yes, in the first one. So remember, we are still here now. So try not to close this. So click on expand this thing by clicking on the box next to the cross on the top right. Just expand this so it fills your entire screen. Sorry, the box. So if you go back to transform data.
Okay.
Yeah, click on it. Yeah. Click on the box. Then, on the right-hand side.
Okay, what box? Okay, so when I click on transform data, just give me a second, actually. When I click on the transform data, a little screen pops up on my screen.
Yes, this is the screen that we're still busy with.
Yes, exactly. So this is now where we need to make this correction.
All right, 100%. So what I'm saying is expand this current page, make it fill your entire screen.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. So now what you're going to do is, I see your applied honest. Let me just remove the comments on the right-hand side. I can't see. All right. Under tools, go to tools on the top next to view. Right on the top, on the far left.
Yeah, tools.
Wait, sorry, it's not tools. Or is it tools? Sorry, go to view.
Okay.
And click, and it says advanced editor. Advanced editor. Yes, click on that.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to see what's happening here. Okay, you can close this sheet. Okay, just give me a second. I just want to see.
It's query settings. If you click query settings, you'll see it.
Yeah, so on the left, so click on, you see on the left it says query settings. Click on that. There we go. Now you see the applied steps.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks for that, Ashton. All right, so just make this this sheet your full screen so that you don't see anything else in the back. Now you see where it says converted to table on the right-hand side under query settings. Click on that cross that's next to it. Right? And click on the cross next to counted rows.
Okay, there.
Now
yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll stop sharing my screen. I think I'm at the right place now.
Okay, thanks, Saide. Let's move on.
Thanks. Okay.
Can everybody still see my screen? Okay, so where we ended off with is removing the duplicates on program data. So what I'm going to do now is show you what columns need to be in this data set. All right. So go to the exact same little table that we see next to academic block code, click on the drop down and go to choose columns. Right, until we go to that exact same sheet that we saw earlier. Okay. So I'm going to read through all the columns that need to be present. Remember, click on the first box where it says select all columns to unselect everything. Okay, now I'm going to read to you what columns need to be ticked. All right, academic block code, academic block, first order CESM code, first order CESM, qualification code, qualification, qualification type, NQF level, program, qualification campus, site, foundation, subject code, subject, subject credit, foundation, yes, no, subject, department, subject, faculty, school, subject, and lastly, campus. Right? Ku and Niv are all good. Everybody else?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Once that's been confirmed, click on OK at the bottom. Okay. Now we are going to go to the next table, which is our student bio data. Right? So everybody on the left-hand side, click on student bio data. Right? So what we're going to do here now is we again going to go to the exact same place and make sure that we have selected the correct column. So on the table next to academic, next to academic year, you're going to click on, in my case, sorry, it probably might be different in yours. Click on the exact same table and go to choose columns. Right? And then we're going to unselect everything because we're going to just select what we need. Right. So let's start off by selecting the first one, academic block code. Right. Remember, this is bio information. So we're only interested in that. Okay. Let's scroll down until we get to student number. Okay. Remember, if you can't find it, you can even type in on the search columns tab on the top. Right. So the first one was academic block code. The second one was student number. Okay. Then it's going to be country, nationality, gender, language, preferred language, race, matric type, matric date, previous activity code, previous activity, email, age, residence flag, disabilities.
Akshay, suggest that
Yes.
we don't include email.
Okay, fair enough. We don't have to include email. Emails have been anonymized as well, Ku.
Oh, okay.
Right, but yeah, I mean, we're not going to really be using that. So you're right, we can actually remove email. All right, so everybody's okay with student bio data, right? They've selected what I've selected, and we can click on OK, right? Okay, so similar to what we've done, remember what we know student bio data, as I explained earlier on, is that every student number has a unique identity. You can't have two instances of the same student number with different identities, right? Doesn't make sense. So this, we can treat this as a static table as well. So it's very similar to the program data. Can anybody suggest to me what column we could possibly remove duplicate instances? Anybody? I'll give you some time. You can go through the data that we have. So you should only have the columns that we selected and see, remember, we want unique instances of every student. So which column could we go and remove duplicates on?
Okay, there's answers in the chat already.
Sorry, I can't seem to see the chat. Let me just click on here. All right, so we got student number. Well done, Ashton. And the student number, 100%. Okay, student number, right? So we want unique instances of all student numbers. So if we scroll to the right-hand side, oh, is it more to the left? Oh, sorry, it's actually in the far left, right? Under student number, you're going to right-click, right? You're going to right-click on student number on the header on the yellow part, and you're going to go to remove duplicates. So what that's going to do, it's going to remove all duplicate instances of student numbers so that we have a static table that can now be used for student bio data. Right. So we can agree that we have a static table for student bio data. We have a static table for program data. And obviously performance data is, we can think of performance data as our transactional data. So if you had to put this in a business sense, right? So if you're selling a product, right? You can sell 50 of the same product to different customers. So you can have, or to the same customer as well. So you can have transactional data that's a replication of each other. And it's just going to be logging. Every time you make a sale, it's going to be logging. In this sense, in the data that we have, right? We have one student that is writing multiple subjects, possibly doing more than one degree or whatever the case is, right? So this is transactional, or your fact table. This is your master data table. This is where all the transactions are going to be logged continuously, right? Okay, because data can change here. If a student sends one of the exams for remarking, then your data can change because that final mark will change, right? So it can change. So you think of your performance data as your transactional or your fact table, right? It's your main data table, right? So what we're going to do is we are going to group our data, right? We're going to group our data into structured folders, right? Remember, we're teaching ourselves best practice methods because in some instances, you won't only have 4 data sets like we have. You might have 30. Now, if you want to come back here and you're going to be sifting through 30 tables and things are not named properly, and it becomes very confusing, especially when you're working with data. So remember, we said performance data is our master data table. So let's right-click on performance data. Okay, right-click on performance data. And you're going to go down to move to group, right? You're going to create a new group. And let's call this group master data or transactional data or fact data, right? Whatever you're comfortable with. And if you want for your own benefit or for whoever else is going to be looking at this data, you can go and write a small description about what is contained in this data set and maybe some of the data handling rules you've applied, or give additional context, right? For now, we won't be doing that, okay? So once you've created this, click on OK, right? And what you will immediately see is that Power BI has gone and added your performance data under master data. And sorry, before I continue, and I've actually been quite bad here, is we need to make sure that we save our file because, PCs, we can have some issues, and if it crashes, we delete everything, right? So it's important to save our data. So on the top left, right on the top left, let's click on File, and let's click on Save As. Okay, it's going to ask you if you want to apply your changes now, later, or cancel. Just say Apply Later. Okay, and then we can call it National Workshop Power BI. Okay, and you can save it under your the same work pack that everybody unzipped, right? And save. So right on the top now, you should see the name that you saved it as, National Workshop Power BI Training, right? So if your computer crashes, you saved. Okay, everybody is there. Has everybody saved the file? Any issues there? All right, great. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to group our other data sets, right? So we got our master data and that's fine. Remember, now we have 4, so it might look a bit silly, but this is just best practice. That's good to know, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to click on control, right? We're going to click on, on program data, and we are going to click on student bio data. So we're going to click control and highlight both of these tables, right? We're going to right click on it. Right, we're going to right click on it and we're going to say move to group, right? But it's not master data. This is static data. So we're going to create a new group, right? And we're going to call this lookup table, because it's a table that you go and look up a specific value, you go look up a specific program or a specific student, right? It's lookup tables. Once you've renamed it to lookup tables, click on OK. And what Power BI is going to do is it's going to group both those tables under lookup tables, right? And by default, what it's done with the 2021 DUT Boosi data, it's grouped it on under other queries. So some people might think Boosi data is a transactional data. You know, it's a massive fat table and it's transaction table. But if you think about it, right, it's survey data, right? It's survey that's once off, that was done in 2021, and it's fixed, right? Nobody's going to go back and going to go change what a student said, right? You can't do that. So actually, your DUT Boosi data is actually also a lookup table because it's fixed, right? That student selected or answered that many questions and it's done. So what we can do is we can click on the 2021 DUT Boosi data set and we can drag it under lookup tables.
Sorry, actually, I might have been left out there. My piece is a bit slow. So you highlighted both program data and student bio data.
Yes, and then you right click on them.
Yeah.
Right, and you go to move to group.
Move to group,
and
yeah.
You're going to create a new group and you're going to call it lookup tables.
Okay. Lookup tables.
Yes. So you can see how it's spelled on the top here, lookup tables.
Okay.
Okay. And then Power BI will categorize those two under lookup tables.
Okay. And then you click
right.
OK, then that's it.
100%.
Okay.
And please make sure that you've also saved.
Actually, I'm just checking, are we also, based on your screen, are we also moving the 2021 DUT?
100%, yes.
Okay.
So by default, what Power BI would have done is it would have placed the 2021 DUT Boost data set under other queries. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to hover over and you're going to click on 2021 DUT Boost data and you're going to drag it up to lookup tables.
Okay, got it. So thank you.
Under lookup tables, you should see a square brackets with 3. Under master data, you should see a bracket 1. And nothing under other queries.
Yeah, all right.
Cool. So we are going to add another lookup table, right? Which is a dates table or a date dimension table, okay? And for the purpose of this workshop, it's not important because we're only dealing with 1 year, right? But should we want to keep this dashboard and add 2022, 2023, or even go back historically to 2015, right? It's very important to have a dates table. Now, for those that are experienced with Power BI, who have taken courses or watched YouTube videos, in almost every YouTube video, there will be a dates table. Because a dates table, again, it's a lookup table, right? Your date is fixed. It's a lookup table. And what that's going to allow you is it's going to allow you to create a relationship between your fact tables, right? And we're going to go into the model. That's the modeling aspect of your data, which we can deal with later. And I'll explain to you why we're calling some data sets lookup tables, why some is master data. You're going to see the importance of it later on. For now, it might be like, okay, what's the point of this? But you will see the importance later, right? So what we're going to do is on your folder that you've unzipped, right? You're going to open that folder, right? And you're going to see a text file, right? So remember, you got your Boosi data pack. You've saved your Power BI dashboard under there as well. And now you have something called Power BI date table code, and it's a text file. Everybody open up that file. Okay. What you're going to see is coding, right? And the language coded here is called M code. Okay, it's a code that's used to code your Power Query editor. It's a specific syntax that is needed to code specific. So basically, what we've done, right, with all the transformations and all the groupings and renamings and stuff, this can all be done in code. If you prefer to rather code it, then use Power BI and right click on the column header and change it to a text or whatever. If you prefer to do the coding, by all means, you can go and do this, but you will need to understand how to code. And in doing the accreditations for Power BI, you learn DAX, you learn M code, so you have all of it at your disposal. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on Control A, and we're going to select everything in this text file. Okay, we're going to right click on it, and we're going to click on Copy. Okay. Once you copied it, you can minimize that. You can minimize the folder and go back to your Power Query editor where we've just grouped all our tables under lookup tables and master data. Fatima, could you please send out a general poll?
Sure.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a date table. Right? Although it might not be beneficial now because we have 1 year, but in every single dashboard that you will create in Power BI, every dashboard, you will have a dates table. Okay. I cannot remember one dashboard that I've ever created in my 3 years where I did not have a dates table. Okay. So to create this now, what we're going to go, or where we're going to go is we're going to go to the Home tab on the top left next to File. Right? Go to the Home tab. Right? When you are on the Home tab, directly underneath where it's written Home, you're going to see something called New Source, which we're familiar with. That's how we brought in our Excel data. Click on the drop down under New Source and go down to Blank Query. Okay, so see the poll 6% is too fast. Apologies, guys. I will try and slow down a bit. 6% is too slow, and all good is 88%. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Fatima. Right. So you're going to click on the drop down under New Source, and you're going to go right down to the second to last one that says Blank Query. Right? Click on Blank Query. Okay. When you click on Blank Query, what it's going to do is going to open up a fresh pane where we can now go and paste our code to develop this dates table. Right? This dates table hasn't been developed by me. It's been developed by somebody else, another expert in the field in the United States. So hats off to him for making our lives very easy. Sometimes you might also have lookup tables. You know, you might create your own one in Excel or in SQL or whichever storage facility you're storing your data. You might also have your own lookup table. You know, because some companies follow standard calendar months, some don't. Some have their own operating model that they use. All right, so once we are here, right, underneath the Help tab, don't click on the Help tab, but underneath the Help tab, you're going to see Properties and you're going to see Advanced Editor. I want everybody to click on Advanced Editor. Okay, when you click on Advanced Editor, it's going to open up a pop-up that says Query 1. Is everybody there? Has everybody found Advanced Editor? You're going to go to the Home tab. Directly under the Help tab, you're going to see Properties, Advanced Editor, and Manage. Click on Advanced Editor. Okay. What I want is for everybody to delete what they see under Query 1. You'll see let source equals open exclamation marks in source. Delete that. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to Control V. Okay, or you can right click and paste, whichever you're comfortable with. you can click on Control V. Okay, you know what has happened is probably lost it in cache. So if it has, go back to your text file and then just copy this code on your text file in your unzip folder. Just copy it again. Go back to the query editor and Control V. Can I just get a thumbs up if everybody has pasted this code here successfully? Kunev, could you just, sorry, I can't see.
Okay, I'm following, but I'm just wondering if 60% of people are finding it a bit fast, if maybe we could have some comments in the chat about where people are lost, and maybe we can just take a step back. Sorry, I'm just wondering if that might work.
Thanks, Nev. Let's take a little step back. Sorry for those that are saying too fast. Can we maybe pose your questions in the chat box or any concerns, and we can address them before we move on any further?
Okay, so Takalani from Bits has missed the part on the text file. Okay, I think let's just give everyone a few, maybe about a minute or so, just to capture, just so in case we don't go back to text file and then we find somebody else is lost a little bit further down the line. Colleagues, quickly, if you wouldn't mind just letting us know where you are and where you are lost, just so we can bring you up to speed so no one's left behind.
I'll give you 1 minute. Thanks,
Ashton.
Code there. You'll find the code in your unzipped folder that I've sent to you, where the data is stored, where you've saved your Power BI dashboard. You will see a text file that's called Power BI date code, date table code. It's a .txt file, right?
I'm not seeing any other comments, Akshay, about where everyone else is lost. So maybe just
Takalani, if you could please open up that text file, either the one that Ashton has sent or the one that's located in your unzipped folder that you've extracted. Okay. Once you've opened up this text file, I want you to copy this entire thing. So just to ensure you've copied everything, click on Control A. Right? Sometimes when you copy, you will miss an alphabet or miss something, and then your code will break. Okay. Coding is very specific. Its syntax has to be exact. If it's missed, it's not going to work. Right? Once you've copied everything, click on Control C, or you can right click on it and just say copy. Right? Maybe we'll just use right click, copy. Right? Control C is just a shortcut to copy, and Control V is a shortcut to paste. Right? So once you've copied this code, minimize this tab. Right? And remember, what we're going to do is we want to create a query. So under the Home tab, you're going to go to New Source, and you're going to go to Blank Query, right? The second to last one. Right? Click on the New Source drop-down just underneath the Home tab, or where it's written Home, just underneath that. Okay, you're going to click on Blank Query, and it's going to open up what you see on my screen here.
Takalani, can we confirm if you're following?
Okay, so I'm taking that as a yes. Right? Once you are here, directly under the help icon, don't click on the help icon. You're going to see something called Properties, and you're going to see something called Advanced Editor. Right? I want you to now click on Advanced Editor. Okay. You will see a pop-up where it says in big Query 1. Okay. I want you to delete every single thing that you see under Query 1. So you're going to delete this let source equals exclamation or apostrophe, sorry, in source. Delete that. Okay. And then you're going to right click and you're going to paste that code that we've just copied from the text file. Okay. Once it's there, at the bottom, you should see a tick. That's, if you look at my screen, it'll say a tick saying no syntax errors have been detected. Now, this is quite a nice function because it helps you to detect if you've made an error in your code. Okay. Once that is complete and everybody's there, click on Done. Okay. When you click on Done, Thanks, Taklani. Right, when you've clicked on done, you're going to see something where it's going to tell you to enter parameters, right? You're going to enter a start date, you're going to enter an end date, and your financial year start month, right? So remember, as I said, we have 1 year, so we're not really going to be using this table, but it's very important that as a beginner's course, you understand how to create one, right? I want everybody to select the first January 2021. Okay, so you're going to go right to January 2021, and you're going to select the first, which is a Friday, right? Or you can manually type it in as 01/01/2021, right? The end date is going to be the 31st of December. So it's going to be 31/01/2021, right? And if you have made an error in terms of the format, it should give you an exclamation mark. And if not, you're all good to go. Okay, so there's one of two ways you can enter the date. Once you've entered the start date and the end date, most financial months are in March. Okay, but obviously depending on your organization, it might be January or whenever. But for now, we'll just choose month 3. So you're going to use the numeric value of the month. So you're going to type in 3. Okay, can we get a quick thumbs up for everyone that's stuck here, or is everyone okay?
Shay, I'll let you finish where you are, and I'm just going to ask you to do that again. Reason being, I went back to double check that I had copied everything in the text. I was okay right up to query editor, the window opened, I pasted it in, and then I thought, let me go back and use Control A and just double check that I have copied everything. And now what's happened is everything's grayed out. So I think finish where you are at, and then maybe please just help me once you're done so that we're not holding others back.
Not a problem.
Thanks.
Right.
So
Actually, can I ask another question? Are we going from the 1st of January to the 31st of January?
Yes, 2021.
2021.
So thanks for picking that up. Sorry, it's 31/12. Thanks for picking that up.
So thanks.
31/12/2021. Thank you for that. All right, and once you've confirmed, so I'm going to repeat your start date is 01/01/2021. Your end date 31/12/2021, and your FY start month is 3. Right, and then you're going to click on invoke. Okay, so what we've done is, and what you'll see now is a fully fledged functional date table, right? And we're going to go through this table as well. But just to go back for those that have missed it, all right? So we're going to go to our text file, Control A, right? Whenever you're copying code, Control A is usually, unless you're copying a part of it, but if you're copying everything in the code, it's Control A, just to make sure, right? You're going to copy everything in here, right? You're going to go to the Home tab, Properties, and you're going to click on Advanced Editor. So when you've clicked on Advanced Editor, what you're going to do is you're going to delete everything that you see here, right? And you're going to paste your code. Once you've pasted your code, you're going to see a little tick at the bottom that says no syntax errors have been detected.
This is
right.
where mine is grayed out, Akshay.
Okay, Dr. Parker, do you maybe want to just share your screen quickly and I can see what the issue is?
Okay.
Might be easier that way.
Okay, so this is where I'm at. I've already copied the text.
Sorry, I'm not seeing your screen here. Just want to open. Sorry, I think I'm still sharing. Sorry, let me stop sharing. Can you just reshare again, please? I can't see the screen.
Are you seeing?
Sorry, no, I'm not.
No? Okay.
Can anybody else see?
Just try. Maybe I'm not doing something right. Oh, okay. Which one do I want to share? Gosh. Okay, I'm seeing iPhone, iPad. No, that's not mine. Oh, there we go, that one. Okay. Sorry, Akshay, you should see it now.
Yes, it's coming through.
Okay, so
It's
down
taking-
here, I've already
Sorry, Kuru,
copied.
it's taking a while. It's just a black screen. I'm waiting for,
Okay.
might be connection. Can anybody else see Dr. Parker's screen?
No,
No.
no.
Okay, it says I'm screen sharing.
Who is it probably not focused on another application? Just check.
You know, no, not really.
You have a double screen.
Are you working off a dual screen?
No, no, no. Let me maybe try and close a few things. Oh God.
Yeah, apologies to those that are working off one screen, especially for this kind of workshop. It's very beneficial to have two screens.
You know what? This looks like as if everything's just hung. Oh heck.
Okay. While Dr. Parker is maybe setting up, if everybody can just click on the save icon so that we save our progress. So you can click on the little save icon right on the top left, and you can just say apply later.
Yeah, actually, everything's actually just hung. I can't even unmute or mute or do anything. So I might just have to come out and start again. So maybe just go ahead. Oh, here we go, spinning circle.
Okay, we'll give you 2 minutes or so, Dr. Parker. It's important that you keep up.
Sorry, having problems with the both the internet and this laptop.
While maybe Dr. Parker is getting that sorted, I see a lot of the team is quiet. Is everybody happy? Everybody following? Everybody participating?
Can I ask something? The code that we had to paste, is it something that we can use continuously, or you said we need to learn how
Yes.
to use?
100%.
Oh, okay.
You
All
can
right,
use that
thanks.
code for every single Power BI report that you will create in the future. That is a standard code. You can save that code under your folder and pin it wherever so that it's not lost, or email it to yourself and keep that. That's something you can always use. And it's fully customizable. Okay, I'm still not seeing Ku's screen. I think she's still here. Ashton, are you good? Have we lost Dr. Parker?
No, actually, Ashton is still here.
No, I was saying Dr. Parker, have we lost her? I think I don't see her in the chat.
Yes, I don't see her as well. I'm just checking the participant list. No, I don't see her. Maybe she's having some connectivity issues.
Okay.
Actually, there's a question in the chat from Dolph Jordan. He said, please explain the reason for the need to add the data to the data set, as we only have a term / academic year and no finer granular data.
All right. Yes, thanks, Dolph. So the reason, remember, as I mentioned on the onset, is that we're actually not going to be using this data table for our analysis. But as a beginner's course, you know, and especially if you're going to be dealing with, say, if you're maybe working with more granular data where you have maybe month, you have year, you have week, and you have day, for example, right? So you have it at maybe a weekly or daily resolution, granular level. Then a day table is going to play an extremely important role in the development of your dashboard. And I will explain this as we get into the model side of this. So after we've covered this whole Power Query Editor, we're then going to go and develop the brain that's going to control this entire dashboard going forward. And there's where I'll explain in more detail why these lookup tables that we see, right, and including your day table, why it is so important. Hope that's answered your question. All right, so I think we've lost Dr. Parker. Should I possibly continue or
Yes.
should we?
Sorry, I've just received a message from Dr. Parker. I think her computer is not functioning at the moment. So she's asked that we go ahead and perhaps maybe during the break or
Yeah, possibly.
maybe when she comes back in.
I'll assist her.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nev. Can we just get a thumbs up if everyone can still see my screen? I'll just reshare. Okay, great. So where we are at this point is we've just invoked a function, right? A date table, and we've just created this table. So let's just understand, right, what we have in this date table. Okay, so we can see if we click on the drop down on date, right? So if we look at the date column, click on the drop down, we can see that we have every day of the year right until the 31st or the 30th of the 12th, right? Right? If we look at year, we've got the quarter that it belongs to, the month of the year, the day of month, date international. That's something that's used just to order data sets, so it's not really important.
Sorry, Akshay.
Yes.
I think you were still going to take us through the process when you created those parameters. So I was still there.
Sorry, so you were still stuck on the advanced editor here.
Let's see. Yeah, I've opened a new page where it says query one. I've opened that and I'm still there. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so simply you're going to copy that code that you see in the text file, right? Have you copied this code?
Yes, I've copied that. Yeah.
Right. So you're going to copy this code, and where you see this code now, where it says query one, right? You're going to delete this,
yeah,
and you're going to paste your code inside of here.
Okay. Where it says query one.
Yes, underneath in that white space, you're going to delete what's currently there, right? And you're going to paste this code inside here. Okay, Sampiwe, you good?
I need to see this pop-up box that says invoked function. How do I get there?
Oh, sorry. So, okay, let me start again.
Yeah.
I've just looked at the existing one that we're in. Okay. So remember what you're going to do is and where you are. You can stay where you are, right? You're going to go to new source on the home tab. You're going to go down to blank query. So what you're going to see now is something called query 2 here at the level, or query 1 or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I still have query 1.
Right. So you're on query 1. Then you're going to go under the help where it's written help. You're going to have under there it says properties. It says advanced editor. So when you click on advanced editor, it's going to say query. For you, it's going to say query 1.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do is it says let source equals 2 apostrophes in source, right? You're going to delete that code that's in there.
Yes.
Right? And then you're going to paste the code that you copied from that text file. So this big code here that we see on my screen, you're going to paste it inside here.
Okay, I've done that.
At the bottom, it should say no syntax errors have been detected.
Yes.
Right. Then you're going to click on done.
Okay. Done.
Right? Yeah.
Oh.
And then it's going to bring you to this page where it says enter parameters. Right?
Yeah.
So what you're going to do for your start date, you're going to type in 01/01/2021. So the 1st of January, 2021.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Then your end date is going to be the 31st of the 12th. So 31/12/2021. Right? So your end date is going to be the 31st of the 12th month, 2021.
Okay.
Your FY start month, right? So your financial year start month is going to be 3.
Okay.
Okay. And once you've done that, you're going to click on invoke.
Okay. My invoke button is not highlighted.
Oh, that's probably because you made an error in your start date. Does your start date and end date and FY start month, does it look exactly like mine?
Okay, let's see. I have 01/01/2021. And I have
do you have a forward slash between your 01? So 01/01/01/2021.
Yes, I do have that.
Okay.
And I have the 31/12/2021. And below that, I have FY start month and then 3.
Yes. So do you have any exclamation marks or warnings next to your start
I
date?
I do next to the end date. I do.
Okay.
Next
So
to the
what
end
you're gonna
date.
do?
Yeah.
What you're gonna do is on your start date, delete that date that's there.
Maybe the
Okay.
date format is not the
And
same.
click on the table icon. Maybe the format of your PC. I'm not sure. Maybe the format might be a bit different under your global settings. Fine. You're going to click on this table icon on the right hand side, and then go and manually find the 1st of January 2021, and select. It should be the Friday, which is the 1st.
Okay. Yeah, it's a Friday the 1st. Yeah.
Okay. Then do the exact same for the end date. Click on the table icon on the right-hand side and go to the 31st of the 12th, 2021.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, and then your FY start month is 3, and then click on invoke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Right. So once you click on invoke, I'm just going to delete this because there. Delete that. So where everybody should be now, and apologies to everybody else, but it's very important that we all move together. Okay, is that we see a table, right? And where we stop is looking at the various columns that we have in this function, right? So we have date here.
Okay.
Yes, Tabella.
My date is actually the other way around. It's a year and then the month and the day. I don't know if I missed something.
Oh, it's fine. Maybe, as I said, sometimes your global settings on your PC might be a bit different. So PowerBI is integrated with obviously your computer settings.
Okay.
So you rather use maybe a comma instead of a full stop, or your date is year, month, day, or the other way around. But it's fine. At whatever format it is, it's fine. Okay. Right. Okay. And by the way, sorry, Tabella, maybe to also answer your question, say if you didn't want your date to look like that, right? What you can do is you can right click on date, right? Remember, is a Power BI, you can customize every data column until you go blue in face, right? So you right click on date, and here's all the functions that we get. We can remove every other column and keep date. We can duplicate the column, remove duplicates, remove the errors. We can change the type, right? So we can go change the type to a date, date time, or if you go to transform, right? Transform gives us the ability to go and reposition or change the format of our date, right? So we can go and select year, we can go and select quarter, start of quarter, month, week, day, and then text transform. So do you want it to be lowercase, uppercase, clean, length? You know, you can go and choose exactly what you want. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Right, so we have our date. Okay, we have year, we have the quarter, month of year, day of month, date international, right? So remember, this is just a fully fledged table. So in some cases, you might not need every instance of everything, right? So we can again go in, right click on date int, right? Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the 6th column from the left, right? You're gonna right click on it and you're gonna remove the column. We don't need it. Okay. So some people prefer to work with a numeric month, so 1, 2, 3. Other people prefer to work with January, February, March, right? So we've created both instances of that. We created a month calendar, so Jan 2021, quarter in calendar. We created what day in the week it is, what the name of that week. Is it a Friday? Is it a Saturday? Week ending, when does that week end? Right? So if you're following the standard calendar weeks, it's going to obviously start and end where your computer calendar is programmed. You can have a week number, month in year, quarter in year, short year, financial year, and pretty much that. So as you can see, this is a fully fledged date table that gives you all possibilities in terms of what you would ever need in a date table, right? So now that we see this, right, if I right click on invoked function, right, I want to rename this. I don't want to call it invoked function. So on the far left under other queries, we're going to right click on the invoked function and we're going to rename it to date dimension. I like to call it dimension because it's a table with a whole lot of dimensions, you know, and granularity. So I call it date dimension, right? And once you've renamed it, we can agree that date dimension is a lookup table. It's fixed, right? It's not going to change. So we can drag date dimension, click on it, and move it under lookup tables. So under lookup tables, we should have a bracket 5. So here we have date dimension, we have 2021 DUT Boosti data set, we have program data, we have student bio data, and then we have something called, which is an FX, right? It's a function. That query 1 is just the query that was used to develop our dates table. So it just creates that query there. You don't have to touch it, you can keep it there, right? So we've now completed the part where we create a date table, right? Let's now just go to our DUT 2021, let's go to our performance data, right? I remember, and if you remember, you know, we had a column called, I think it was year, and the format of that year was totally off.
Sorry,
So
Akshay.
Yes.
There's a comment from Dipti. She said we had to remove the date in, I think it's date international column.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, Dipti, sorry. So if you, so on your date dimension table, date int, you're just going to right click on it. I think it was the 6th column from the left. You're going to right click on it and you're going to just say remove. And then on your applied steps, it'll confirm that you've removed a column. Sorry, let me open my chat box as well. All right, cool. So going back to, I don't remember if it was performance data, where we had a column that said date, but it wasn't actually a date format.
Student bio data, it's the matric year. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that, Ashton. So if everybody can go to student bio data, right? And then we can go to the column that says matric date. Okay. So clearly, when we were doing our analysis on the columns, we agree that this is not a format date type, right? So we have to do some manipulating to this column to get it to look like a date, right? Ideally, what we want it to look, and if you scroll to the far right of this exact, no, maybe it wasn't this table, sorry. Okay, it might be in the performance data table, but it's fine. We want it to look like 01/01 2029 or 2019 or whatever year that student matriculated. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click on matric date, right? And we are going to go to split. We are going to go down to, oh, okay, wait, hold on. Sorry, before we even do that, right? For the sake of what we need to do, I want everybody to go and change the date format for matric date, right? For now, click on the 1, 2, 3 to the left of matric date and change it to a text, right? It's the 4th one from the bottom that's got ABC. Change it to a text column. Okay. So remember, Power BI is remembering every instance of what we change, right? So it's a text column. Then what we're going to do is we are going to right click on matric date and we're going to go down to where it says split column. Okay, and we are going to split the column by number of characters. So we're going to select the second one where it says split column by number of characters. Okay, because we can see the format of this current column, right? The first 4 numeric values represent the year, and the last 2 represent the month that the students completed their matric, right? So It's standard, and we can see it throughout 2017, 11, 2019, 11, 2020, 11, 2018, 11. It's a pretty fixed format. So we want to split the year into one column, and we want to have the month in another column. So we are going to split by number of characters.
Sorry,
Yes.
Akshay, it's Nev here. I'm sorry, I'm a bit lost. I don't see split column when I right click matric date.
No problem. So remember now, what you have is your date table was a whole number.
Okay.
So next to matric date, you're going to see either 1, 2, 3, or you're going to see ABC. What do you see?
I see a 1, 2, 3.
Right. So click on the 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And at the bottom, fourth from the bottom, it says ABC text. I want you to click on that text.
Fourth on the bottom. No.
Yeah, it says ABC. Text.
Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. I see that. Okay. I've done that. Thank you.
Right. So click on text. Once you clicked on text, you would have noticed it would have shifted everything in that column to the left.
Yes,
right?
it has.
Then you're going to right click on matric date.
Okay. Split column.
Right. And you're going to go to split column, and you're going to split by number of characters. So you're going to select the second option.
Okay. Got it.
Right. So we want to split. Remember now we've seen the format of this column. So we can agree that the first 4 numeric values are the year, and the last 2 is the month. So we want to split by 4 characters. And where do we want to split it by? We want to split it once as far left as possible. As far left as possible, right? So number of characters, 4, and under split, we're going to select once as far left as possible, right? Don't worry about the advanced options, okay? And then we're going to click on OK. So what you can see now, right, is Power BI has created 2 columns now, matric date.1 and matric date.2. So in matric date.1, what we have is year. Okay, we can all see 2019, 2018. Even if you click on the drop down, right, next to matric date.1, we can see all the years, 2004 up until 2020, right? If you click on cancel and we go to matric date 2, we can see that this is the column that the student matriculated, or which month they matriculated, which is the 1st, 2nd, 11th, or the 12th, right? And Power BI, being smart, recognized both as numeric, and it's automatically converted both the date column or both the whole number columns into whole numbers. So you should see a 1, 2, 3 next to both the dates. Okay. So now that we are here, Fatima, if you could please send a general poll, right? I want everybody to take matric date.2, click on it and drag it so that it's before the year, so that it's before matric date.1. So what you're going to have is matric date.2, and then you're going to have matric date.1, right? So you're going to have 2 first, and then you're going to have 1. Okay, so 7% saying it's too fast. Sorry, so if we can spend a minute for those that are too fast, is there anything I can assist with? Please raise your questions in the chat.
So that's really good.
Okay, I'll give about 30 seconds to raise your questions in the chat for a minute.
Actually, I'll alert you to any questions. Nothing so far.
Perfect, so we can carry on then, right? So everybody has moved, they've selected on matric date 2 and they've moved it to the left of matric date 1, right? So what we're going to do now, right, is we're going to create a date column using both these columns that we have. So matric date 2, matric date 1. What I'm going to ask for everyone to do is to click on control and select matric date 1 as well. So you have both these columns highlighted. You need to have matric date 2 highlighted and matric date 1 highlighted. Okay. Once that is highlighted, I want you to right click on the header. So right click on the yellow part. Okay. And click on merge columns. Right. Click on merge columns. It's directly under transform. Okay. Once you click on merge columns, you'll get a pop-up right? That will ask you to choose how to merge the selected columns, right? So what separator do we want to use? So we know with our date format, it uses a /. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on the drop down where it says none, click on the drop down and go right to the bottom where it says custom, right? When you've selected custom, I want everybody to put just a /. Okay. So you're going to click on where it says none. You're going to click on the drop down, go right to the bottom where it says custom, right? And then you're going to get another pop-up box that's going to appear. And in that pop-up, you're going to put a /, right? And then underneath that, it says new column name, optional, right? So we don't want the column name to be called merged, right? So let's delete merged and let's call it matriculation date. Remember, we want to be very specific about our naming convention. We don't want to just write anything, right? It's matriculation date, because later when we want to use matriculation date, it's there for us to see. Okay, so once everybody has selected custom / and have renamed it to matriculation date, click on OK. Okay, and what you can see now is that Power BI has merged both those columns as matriculation date. Okay, but it's still not a date column, right? It's still text. You can see next to matriculation date, it has ABC. So that's still wrong. It's not a date. So I want everybody to click on the ABC next to matriculation date. And when you go down, you're going to see something called date with a calendar on the left. Click on date. Right? So when you've clicked on date, it is now in a format that is date. So it's going to, by default, will just say the 1st of the 11th, but that's fine. All we are interested in is just the month and the year anyways. Okay, any struggles so far? Everybody comfortable? Please don't forget to raise questions in the chat box if you're lost with what I've just done now.
Colleagues, please feel free to raise any concerns, or if you are lost or if you're behind, please feel free to let Akshay know.
And don't feel like you'll be holding the class back. We can even feed in, well, we can let off those who are on par for lunch. And if you're willing to take up some of your lunch, I can assist everyone to make sure that they are all up to date.
Can I ask something?
Yes. Sure.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So no, I've been I'm where you are right now, but I just had a question. Like we had the dates. It was initially it was combined, right? And then we separated into the year and the month, only to put it back together again. So my question is, did we do all of that just to convert it to the date format? And like, aren't there other ways to like just do it? Like initially when it was just the date and the year, couldn't we have just converted it to date from the beginning? That like, did we have to separate into 2 columns and do all of that?
I get your question. So remember is that we didn't have like a space. We had 2019-11. It was all one word, right? There are other ways of doing it, but maybe just for a beginner, sometimes they would prefer to be split it up, because remember is that sometimes what you will find is that what if there was an instance where it was, instead of being 2020, it was 202. So they left out the 0. Okay, because sometimes you do get errors in your data set. So sometimes you got to cater for errors. So if you had not split it up, you wouldn't have known that there was an error in the way the date was written, or they missed out the 0 for 2020. Now Power BI would have created a 3rd column, because remember what we did is we split the column by number of characters, by 4. So what it would have done is it would have split it up by 4, and it would have created another column with an extra number. And that immediately would have told us, listen, hold on, there's an error here. Okay. But yes, Tabello, 100%, there is a shorter way, right? As the date format was in, right? We could have added a /, first swapped it over. So we put the 11 first, then the 2019 afterwards, right? Then insert a delimiter, which is a /, and that would have converted the date in one step. But I've just done it this way, just so that it's a little easier for everybody to understand. I don't want to do everything in one step, and then there's too many things you're doing in one step. So for that reason, I broke it up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but well done. Thank you for that. All right, so what we've done is we've converted just something that was nowhere near a date column into a date column. Now, the beauty about this, again, I'm gonna hound on this, is that in your actual data set, if you go and bring in other dates that were on that original data set, so actually what I can do is, and I'm just going to do this so nobody has to follow me. If I go back, right? If I go back to all the steps, right? This is what we had, right? And this is what the data said. Okay. So every time you now bring in data, Power BI is automatically going to apply every step that you see here, and it's going to clean the data immediately, right? It's not going to ask you to come back now and pick up errors and say your date format is messed up or there's other issues. What it's going to do is, as soon as you load new data and you click on this refresh icon, it's going to find your Excel sheet. It's going to refresh the data. It's going to bring all new data into here, and it's going to remember every step that you have applied to model, handle, and transform your data. So this will be fixed. It will always convert that messy number into a date. Right. Any questions so far? Okay. So what we can also do is, right, on the same data set, okay, can we see that we have residence flag? Okay, I'm showing some things might be very intuitive, some might not, right? But Y and N, right? If somebody totally new is looking at this dashboard and they might not understand, if you bring this into a visual later on and you just have YNs, then it probably might not know what Y and N stands for, even though it is pretty intuitive. But what we can go and do is we can go and replace the Y with its full name, yes, right? We want to create an intuitive data set, something that has no abbreviated forms. It's full, it's complete, okay? So on residence flag, right, which is the second column, or it might vary on yours depending, but it should be the second column from the right. We're going to right click on residence flag and we're going to go to replace values. Okay, it's got a 1 and then it's going to arrow 2. It says replace values. So right click on residence flag and go down to replace values. And what we want to find is capital Y, and we want to replace Y with yes. Okay, we're going to replace Y with yes. So we're going to click on OK. And what it's going to do is it's going to convert all the Y's into yes, right? And it's stored the change that we just made now again. Okay, so please always be cognizant of the applied steps and what it's doing, because it makes your life easy. Later on, when you say you have another 20 steps after this replaced value, you can go back. You don't even have to delete everything else. You just go back to that specific step, delete it, and it'll convert it back to its original format. Okay, so it's very, very powerful, right? So we've converted the Y's. Likewise, we're going to do the same for the N's. So let's right click on residence flag. Let's go to replace values. And now we're going to replace the N with no. Okay. So although this is intuitive, I'm just showing you the functionality and capabilities of Power BI. And this is a beginner's course. So this is just a touch of the ocean in terms of what we can actually do here. Okay, everybody fine? Everybody sorted out residence flag? Okay, so let's just look at in any other columns that maybe is abbreviated that we can sort out. Okay, there we go, I found one. F and M under gender, right? So instead of writing F, let's put female. And instead of writing M, let's put male, all right? Could I maybe ask that everybody do it first and then I'll do it last? So you're going to change the F's to female and the M's to male. Can I just get a quick comment once you've done in the chat? A few people.
Actually,
Okay.
so far,
Perfect.
there are a few people who have stated that they've done it. Quite a few, actually. Well done, colleagues.
Everybody, let me just go to replace values myself and quickly do that myself.
Okay, so Ashton has just written in the comments that his Power BI is crashed and he's just busy recovering the file.
Ashton,
In an instant like that, what should we do?
So when you, okay, so yeah, that's why it's important. And luckily we did save it. Otherwise Ashton would have lost possibly everything. But sometimes Power BI, depending on how your computer crashed, if it was like a normal crash, it might recover your file. But if it was like a blue screen or something else, yeah, dangerous, then all your work that you've done till date is gone. So actually, when I started this off, the first thing that I should have done was insist that everybody saves it. So luckily, Ashton, I think you can recover most of your work. So again, so I don't have to remind you, every now and then, just click on the save button. After every step that you do, click on the save button and say apply later. So Power BI can be computationally, resourceful. So it's advised that you try and close, especially if you like have maybe not such a fast computer. It's good to close down any other platforms that are open that might be drawing power. So to see that as well, if you just click on Control-Alt-Delete, right, and then we go to Task Manager, we can actually go to Performance and we can see how our computer is currently performing. Right? And then we can go to processes and seeing maybe what are the apps that are taking up a lot of our, and as you can see, guys, Power BI is taking about 1.5 gigs. And my Microsoft Word is also 1.5. So I have some files there that I actually haven't saved, so I can't close that. But I mean, I'm pretty fine. It's not really complaining for me. Right? So if you are not using anything, it's advised that you try and close it. Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? When I saved, I said apply. I didn't say apply later. Is that a problem?
It's not a problem. What it's going to do, it's just going to render. It's going to apply this data to your model. So it's just going to take a bit of time, but it's not a train smash.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you should come back to the exact same screen where you are. If not, then where you are on the front end, go to transform data, and you'll come back to the screen where you are now. Right, and then I'm just going to quickly go and change the M. Okay, cool. So now that that's done, I'm pretty satisfied with student bio data. I think everything is intuitive, everything is written properly, there's no shortcuts, no abbreviations. We've converted columns that need conversion. All our date formats are, our dates columns are okay. Our data types, so things that are meant to be text is text, things that are meant to be whole numbers or fixed decimal is that. So I'm happy with student bio data, right? Let's go to program data, okay? Let's see if we can also find things that are abbreviated that we could maybe go rename, just to make sure that everything's okay. So I'm just scrolling along program data, right? Okay, so foundation is no foundation, that's good. Nothing's abbreviated there. Okay, so I see foundation, YN subject, right? So let's right click on foundation, yes, no subject, which is the fourth one from the far right. And let's go and replace values. Okay, and we're going to replace N with no, right? And then we're going to right click and we're going to replace capital Y with yes. Okay. And just to verify that there is no other option, right? We can click on this drop down and it'll tell you everything that's available, unique instances of each thing. So we can see it's just no and yes. So we're safe. Sometimes you might have 3 options and then you miss it out. So it's nice to just click on this drop down every now and then to make sure it's picking up any other random data format type. Okay. So once foundation, yes, no is done, I'm also quite happy with program data. We've removed our duplicates. Everything seems neat, tidied. Yeah, everything seems good here, right? Let's go to performance data, right? And again, let's just quickly take a squiz at this and see that everything is good, that we have no date tables that need conversion. Okay, in this case, on examination results, yes, we have a P, but then we also have the result description, which gives us a pass. So we don't even have to use this. This will give us basically what we want. So we don't have to go now change that. We'll keep that as is. If we didn't have this, for example, then maybe yes, who's going to know what P asterisk means? So then again, we have to make our data intuitive. So we'll have to change this to P, open brackets, distinction. Okay, but we have the description here, so that's fine. Foundation, yes, no. Okay, so, and full or part-time. Okay, so there's another 2 columns. Let's go and sort this out. So, and listen, it's totally up to you. You can leave it as an N if you want to. Nobody's saying you have to do it, but it's just, you're not the only one working on this data. There might be other people. There might be a chain of people. All right, so let's go replace values. We're going to replace N. No. Right, and then we're going to right click, replace values. Y, yes. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick sense check. It says the list may be incomplete. We need to load more. 100%. Okay, so no and yes, there's nothing more. Right, and then full and part-time. So it probably is, yeah, it's F and P. So let's just right click, replace values. Let's change F to full-time, full-time, right? And P for part-time, right? So to replace values, let's replace P for part-time, okay? So I know this process can be a bit painful, but please just bear with us and let's make sure that we get this data correct. Okay, so everybody, I think this is fine. I'm quite happy with how this is structured. Now we can go to the 2200 Boosi data. So remember, this is quite a big data, and we would expect columns to be a mixture. We have already checked the data type for each column. So yeah, because it's survey data, you know, usually there'll be like a code book. I know with Boosi we had, we had a PDF version where they gave us the question and we know what the options are. You know, so you can recode, you can have this data recoded, or you could bring it in as it is now. So meaning like 1 would be important, 6 would be not important, for example. So you can have it in numeric form, or you could have it as it is now. So I've chosen to have it like this, just because then it would have meant us creating another lookup table that's going to store all of this options, you know, and all this like a description and scales. So that can be a bit confusing, especially when there's like 10 different scales that are used. Like it could be 1 and 2, meaning yes and no, yes, or maybe not important, important. You know, there's so many options. So for the Boosi data set, because it's so large, we can always come back here if we develop a measure and it's breaking because of the data format type, we can always come back. For now, we will keep it as is, right? Fatima, if you can also just keep note, we will be sending poll 1 in the next maybe 5 minutes. Right? Okay, so the Boosi data is fine, and then we have the data I mentioned, we've checked that, that's fine. Performance data, we cool. Right, so everybody can just look at my screen. There's nothing more that needs to be done on this back end. We're now complete in terms of what we need to cover in a beginner's course. I'm just going to give you just a little bit of extra functionality and things that can be done in this data set. Okay, so you can just pay attention to what I'm going to show you. So say, for example, we, in our Excel sheet, right, hypothetically, we had performance data, we had program data, we had student bio data, right? It was already split up for us. Okay, it was split up, and what we actually want to do is, because whatever analysis we are interested in, we want to go and recombine all this data into one table. Okay, we want to go and combine it. So in Power BI, you can go and merge different tables together, right? Or you could even go and append queries. So an append query means that you can basically add in a second data set underneath this existing data set. So say we get 2022 performance data and all the column headers are fixed, it hasn't changed. We can go and append it to this data set and we'll just dump it at the bottom of this data set here. So we'll have 2021 on the top, 22 at the bottom. All right, so that's appending the thing, right? So because we don't have any tables that we can append or similar tables, I'm going to show you the functionality of how to merge a table. Okay, so remember, do not do this. I'm just showing it for demonstration. All right, so let's go to performance data. And we're going to go under the home tab, you're going to see something called merge queries. All right, so when we click on merge queries, it's going to ask us, right? It's going to give us a quick snapshot of the table that we have and all the columns that we have in performance data, right? And then it's also going to ask us to select another table that we would like to merge this with, right? So again, it's very, very important to have that understanding of all three data sets, because in order for you to merge two data sets, there has to be some common column or maybe columns that will allow you to merge two data sets. If there's nothing in common, then it's impossible to merge two data sets. So you have to understand and review your data in Excel. And that's why we started off by looking at Excel, looking at our data, conceptualizing this is what we have and what is our end game? What do we want to develop? So we had all of that in mind when we looked at our data. So I want to link performance data to, say, student bio data, right? So immediately when I'm thinking about this, right, what are the columns that I could use to merge these two columns up? Immediately I can think, we know that this is unique instances of each student, right? The student bio data is unique instances of each student number. But in the performance data, we also have student number, right? So if we go to student number here, we can click on student number because these are the two columns that we would like to link it, right? So we've linked both of these tables by student number. Right at the bottom here, it tells you that the selection matches 9,675 of 9,675. So that means that we have a perfect match in terms of our data. Now, for those that are familiar with joins, especially if you work in SQL, there's different types of joins. You can either join your table using a left outer join. So the description is here. So it means you're joining every single thing from the first table. So everything in performance data that must match from the second, right? Or you could choose a right outer join where you want every single thing from this table to match with the first table, right? You only want to match all rows, every single row from both data sets. Okay, that's a full outer join. Inner join, you only want to match matching rows. Things that aren't matching, do not match it. I mean, yeah, don't bring it in, don't match it, right? And then we get left anti and right anti, which is not very popular, right? In our case, we want all from the first that must match from the second. So when I do that now, it's giving me a perfect match. I can click on OK, right? And what it's going to do, it's going to give up this column that we see here where it says student bio data, right? And what I can do is I can now go and select what columns I want from student bio data to be merged onto performance data, right? And again, can you see that it's keeping note of what I've done? So if I want to delete this merge now, which I will, I can just go and click on the cross and it's gone, right? So I'm going to click on this two arrows that we see, excuse me, on the far right of this header, and I'm going to select the columns that I want. So say I want gender, nationality, country, okay, and race. Okay, I want to deselect this because I don't want it to bring the original column name as prefix. So what it's going to do if I have this selected, it's going to say student bio data dot country, student bio data dot nationality. So we don't want the student bio data to appear. So I'm just going to deselect this and I'm going to click on OK. Right? And what it's going to do is it's going to perfectly match all the data that comes from student bio data to the performance data. So 4 columns that we wanted, we can now see it in our student performance data. So in Power BI, you can have a multitude of tables, and you can go and merge tables together, provided that there's a common grounding between both of them, whether it be subject code, student number, ID number, or whatever the case is. You can go and create a merge. Okay. Can we get some feedback? Everybody understood? Or can I maybe go through that again? Just a quick poll, maybe. Everybody's happy with merged queries, so you can. Okay, perfect. So I see we got 100% match for those understanding what we've done now. Okay, and remember, it's going to lead on to the next thing that we're going to do, and it's going to make even more sense as to why we split up these tables, and why we've created lookup tables, and why lookup tables are important. The human mind, we'd rather see 5 columns than 500 columns. 500 columns can be very overwhelming. So for us, we want to see what we can make static, and what is dynamic, keep it dynamic. Okay. So I just showed this for demonstration. So I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to delete the merged queries. So now I'm back to my original data set where everybody else should also be. Okay. Just to take you through quickly, which might take about 5 minutes, on the other aspects that we can also add in here, right? So if I go to transform, right? If I click on transform, what I can also do is I can group the data, right? I can group data, which can be very helpful for whatever reason, right? If you want to group your data. So I'm going to click on group data, right? And say I want to group the data by student number, right? I want to aggregate all the performance data by average mark by student number, right? Say that's the only 2 columns I'm interested in. I only want the average number for every student. I don't care about everything else. Okay, so I can go and select group by under the transform tab. And I want to group by, as I've mentioned, student number, right? And what I want to do is I want to go and create an average of the final marks, right? So I'm going to say average final mark. Okay. And what I want to do is the operation I want to do is an average, right? And I want to select the column to be final mark, right? So what Power BI is going to do is it's going to group the student number, and it's going to take an average of all the final marks so that we can have how each student performed. And can you see how quickly, within like about 2 to 3 seconds, 7,000 rows, it did it in like 2 seconds, where it just averaged everything. So now we have an average of all students that have performed, right? And we can do more than one aggregation, right? So again, the beauty about the supplied steps, if I just click on the gear next to grouped rows, right? If I click on the gear, I can go back and I can add more groupings. Say I want to calculate the student success rate, right? Which is your credit, your FTE credit divided by your FTE credit excluding, right? If I click on advanced, right? I want to add a second aggregation where it's going to be sum of FTE, and it's a FTE credit, right? So what I want to do is I want to take a sum of the FTE credit, and I want to sum FTE credit, right? And the second one that I want to sum is, I just want to get the name, I think it was sum FTE enrolled. Right, so then, okay, I should have take a sum, I'm just going to confirm the name, excluding cancellations. Okay, we don't even have to do that, right? Write that out. So excluding cancellations, right? So what we're doing is we're averaging the final mark and we're summing up all the credits, right? So if I click on OK, what it's going to do is it's going to create the average final mark and it's going to create the sum of the FTE credits. Now what I want to do is calculate the student success percentage, right? So to do that is one of two ways I can do it, right? Is I can highlight, okay, and the order in which you obviously selected is important if you want to divide something, right? So I want to divide credit by enrolled, right? So in cases when you use division, sometimes it does complain to do it the quick method because it doesn't know which order, or should it divide this by that or this by that. So in that case, when it complains about it, there's a second way to deal with this, right? If you go to add column on the top, right? And you go to standard, right? Remember I told you the order in which you selected is important, and I can click on divide. Okay, so what that's done now is it's created the student success rate. Right, student success rate. Okay, and the second way of doing that, right, is we can use M code. Right, for those that are versed in M code, we can go to add column, and we can create a custom column, right? And in this custom column, I want to call it, I'm going to call it abbreviated student success rate. And what I want to do is I want to take the sum of FTE credit, and I want to divide that by sum of FTE enrolled. Okay, it's picked up no syntax issues. So if I click on OK, again, we have the exact same value. One of two ways, right? However, in this method, it did not pick up the data format. We don't want it to be a text and numeric. So if I click on here, I want to make sure that it's a fixed decimal number, right? And we can go to this column and we can go and select our rounding. You maybe want to round this up, you maybe want to round this down. You know, there's a whole lot of transformations that we can do. You know, we can take factorials, base 10 algorithms, power, square root. You know, we can go, we've already changed the type. So this is just giving you some of the fields that we can do in the back end, that we can, you know, we can aggregate data, we can group data. And also with some of the new updates, you know, we can do text analytics, right? These are AI insights. So we can use vision, right? To invoke vision, which is cognitive services, to model your data. We can use Azure machine learning, right? Which is invoking Azure machine learning models, right? You maybe created a model, a regression model, or you've created a neural network model where you want to pass this data to, you know, to maybe for machine vision or machine learning purposes, where the computer needs to categorize certain things by the neural network that you, or model that you taught it using data, and you can pass this into your model. All this data, as you've modeled it, you pass it into your model, and you have your AI system developed, your machine learning system developed. So again, this is the power of the Power Query Editor. So I'm going to delete everything that I've done here. Okay, and I'm back to where I started. Right. Okay, so this rounds up this section where we, and if you look at the manual that was also sent, we are at the end of the Power Query Editor, where you basically use this to transform, model, handle, you know, your data, aggregate it, merge it, append it, and by the way, this is just, as I said, the touch of what it can actually do. You know, in more advanced courses, if you actually see how this AI insights and how this works, it's absolutely mind-blowing. So it's very, very interesting to understand this. Looking at maybe some of the other tabs, you know, we have just query dependencies, that's fine. Some tools, we have diagnostic options to manage options for query diagnostics. If there's errors and you can't see where the errors are, it'll run a diagnostic over your data with specific parameters. Start the diagnostic, you can set up your diagnose step. That's obviously more covered in advanced courses. But yeah, you know, and another thing that I also forgot to mention, which I probably did as well, is if you prefer to rather code all these transformations that we've done in M code, if you go to advanced editor, right, here is basically everything that you see on your applied steps, but this is in code format. So you can see what we've done. We've changed the type, we've removed other columns, right? Remember we did that tab where we selected only the columns we want. We've renamed foundation N to no, Y to yes, F to full-time, P to part-time. So it's keeping a log of everything. And you can, if you want to delete a step, you can actually also go and remove a chair if you want, instead of deleting it there. Say you for whatever reason, you didn't name your steps. So you don't even know which step, you apply the change. If you go to the advanced editor, you can now go and see, hold on, I didn't actually want to change Y to yes. So you can highlight that, delete it, and click on done, and then it'll undo the step that you see here. Okay, all right, cool. So once we now, okay, so everybody can get back to me now in terms of following me, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go to close and apply. We're going to click on the drop down on the far left, right, next to new source. Click on close and apply, and you're going to close and apply your settings, right? So close and apply. Okay, what it's doing is it's loading all the data and all the applied steps that we've done into the model now, into the front end of Power BI. Okay, so you can see that it's counting the rows, it's bringing in, detecting the relationships, and once it's loaded, on the right-hand side, you should see all the tables and subsets of tables that we created. So 2021 DUT BUSI. Oh, by the way, if you cannot see the fields, sometimes it might be minimized. Click on this double arrow that's pointing to the left and open that pane, right? Here, you would see the 2021 DUT BUSI data. And if I click on this arrow, we can see all the columns that are in that data set, right? And we can even expand it if you want to see it full, right? You can see all the columns that are there. If I go to date dimension, okay, you can see how smart it is that it also notifies you with an icon as to what's date, what's a sum, what's numeric. Okay, so that's fine. Performance data, right? So obviously, if it doesn't have anything attached to it, it's a text. That's showing that it's numeric. All this this summation sign, it means that it's a numeric data. Okay, and then we have a program data. Okay? So this is our lookup tables, right? And then our student bio data. Okay, and you can see that matriculation date, that one that was we had to convert. We can see it here as well. Okay, age, agreed, it has to be numeric. Academic barcode has to be numeric. Okay. And the beauty about having formats or date tables proper is if I click on this drop down, you can apply date hierarchies, right? And I'll explain to that, I'll go into that in a bit more detail. But what it means is, say I don't want to represent the entire date. I just want to bring in the year. I can either bring in the year, I can bring in the quarter, the month, and the day. So having date formats is also very nifty. Okay, so it is 12:51. Before I go on to talking about the Power BI relationships, the model, this is the one of the most important things to set up. Should we maybe go on lunch now? I know it's 10 minutes earlier. Or would people like to just continue till 1 o'clock? Should we continue till 1 o'clock, or would anyone like to have a go on lunch break now? Okay, I see Ashton's at lunch.
I was about to say lunch. I think, yeah, lunch, I think.
Okay, all right, no, that's fine, guys. So let's have, is it, Nev, is it 1 hour or 45 minutes?
How are we for time, Akshay? Would you need the extra 15 minutes or?
No, we are on pass, so 1 hour should be comfortable.
Okay, so everyone will get 1 hour and 8 minutes then. So we will see everyone back. Akshay, would that be okay at 2 o'clock?
Yes, so we will resume at 2 o'clock. Is
Okay.
everybody comfortable with that?
Colleagues, can you just maybe give us a thumbs up if you're okay with that? And also if you have any queries, if you wouldn't mind just putting them into the chat, maybe Akshay can help you if you are behind or not. Okay, everyone is saying they're happy. So.
Yes, so I'll remain here for.
Sorry, Akshay, can
for
you hear
half-
me?
Hi, cool. Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, I think I'm back. If we've got the 10 minutes, can I maybe just chat with you quickly and just try to catch up? I think I've done some of the things, and I think what happened was I did the applied, that last step, before. And so anyway,
Okay.
in the 10
no
minutes,
problem.
please.
If
Thank you.
there's anybody else as well, we can work on it now. Thank you. Cool. Do you maybe want to share your screen with me?
Actually, I'm a bit worried about sharing because that's where the wheels fell off the last time. And a few other times I've had that problem where I've tried to share the screen, like in Teams meetings, and everything's frozen on my side.
Oh, okay.
Can I describe to you where I'm at?
100%. Yes, you can.
Okay, now for some strange reason, even the Zoom is looking a bit weird in that it's a tiny window at the top. Okay, I'm going to go back to mine. Okay, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, so basically at the stage where we stopped, my performance data is correct under master data, but then I have under other queries, I've got 4 different, what would you call them, files? I don't know.
Or
right?
4 data sets, yes.
4 data sets, right? So I've got the program data, and I think that's been done correctly. I've got the student bio data. And then what I did was I caught up with the notes you'd provided. And I think I did that first date dimension when things started going wrong. I know you were saying like 1st of January, 31st of January, and then I think for financial year, was it number 3, and invoke.
Correct.
So I did that once, and I renamed it date dimension. So I've got 1 date dimension data set.
100%.
But what's looking unusual is I've got an FX and I've got 2021 DUT BUSI data in italics. And all that's under other queries. And I can't change.
Okay.
Because initially I had lookup table, I was on online with you, and then when everything crashed, it all went off.
No problem. Cool. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on control, right? And you're going to select on all of the 4 tables, right?
Okay.
Which is date dimension, 2021 DUT booster data, program data, and student bio data.
Okay, so the
You're going to
control
right click on
button,
it.
control right click on other queries.
No. So you're going to control and you're going to left click just to highlight all 4 tables.
Oh, all right.
Okay, you're going to left click once all 4 tables are selected. Are you there?
It's not doing it, so I'm doing it individually. Okay, so at the moment, what's highlighted is other queries 4, and then each of the 4 things that are underneath that.
That's fine, right?
Okay.
What you're going to do is then you're going to right click on the highlighted section.
Yep.
And you're going to go to move to group.
No, it's only giving me copy and delete. This is where why I couldn't change it earlier on.
Oh, okay, so it's fine. Then what we can do is right click on one of the tables on date dimension.
Okay.
Right.
Oh gosh.
And then
now
you
I
should see the move to group when you right click on it.
Okay, I'm going to work with program data, right?
That's fine.
Okay, right click.
And
Yes,
then you move to group.
That's allowing me to do that.
Right. Then you're going to go on
A new group.
Yeah, you're going to click on new group and you're
And
going to
call it
rename
lookup-
that group to
Lookup
table.
table. I remember that. Yes. Okay, I'm going to okay that. Right, so I have a lookup tables, right?
Right. Then what
Program
you can
data
do is
underneath it, right?
all the other tables, yeah, just click on it and drag it and place it under lookup tables. So you'll have 5 tables under lookup tables, including your query 1.
Okay.
So basically under master data, you should have bracket 1, lookup
Right.
tables, you should have bracket 5, other queries should be blank.
Okay, now currently under lookup tables, I've got 2. I've got student bio data, I've got program data. Under other queries, I had that first date dimension, but the problem is that DUT BUSI data, it's in italics and it's got an FX sign before the name. That's the
Ooh,
one I
okay.
can't, I don't know. What to,
Okay, so if you can see my screen, cool.
hold on, let me go back into Zoom. Oh God.
The easier method might be just to get this data set again from scratch.
Give me 1 second. Okay, let me just maximize the Zoom. Right, I've maximized the Zoom. I can see your screen, yes.
Okay, so you're going to click on the 2021 DUT where you got that FX here. right? And
Yes.
then on the right-hand side, under applied steps, right?
Yes.
You're going to see something called source.
Okay, hold on. Let me just do that first.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm right-clicking on Bussy.
No, you're not gonna right click on Bussy. You're just gonna select 2021 DUT Bussy data.
Sorry, it's selected.
Yeah.
Now, okay, now when I've selected it, what it's come up is enter parameters, start date, and yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. So what you're gonna do on the right-hand side, do you see this applied steps where it says
Yes,
source?
FM date table. Yeah.
So click on source. Right? And then you should see a small table with 6 rows. First column being name, second column being data.
Okay, now hang on, right? Under my DUT Bussy, I've got enter parameters, I've got start date, end date, with just examples. Nothing's been filled in. And under applied steps, all I have is FN date table. So do I need to put, what do I need?
So yes, so I know what we can do now. So right click on 2021 DUT Bussy data. Right click on that.
All right.
And click on delete. Delete it totally.
Okay. Delete the query cannot be deleted because it's being referenced by another query called date dimension.
Okay, so delete your date dimension as well.
Yeah.
Delete date dimension first.
Yeah. Got
Right.
it.
Fine, you can do the
Deleted.
date dimension again.
Deleted.
And then go and delete 2021 DUT Bussy data.
All
Just
right.
those 2 tables.
Yes. Done.
Right. Now what we're going to do is, okay, if you come back to my screen.
Okay, hold on. Yes, I'm in your screen.
Okay. On the home tab, go to recent sources, right?
Home
and you
tab.
should see the exact same Bussy data pack, the data that we're using to bring into Power BI.
Okay.
Okay, click on it until it opens up. Until you see this navigator pane.
Right, home tab, recent sources.
Yeah, you're going to go to recent sources.
I've got Bussy
gonna
data
find-
pack, yes.
100%. Click on that, please.
Okay, so it's dot, 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 and I've got the DUT Bussy 20211,
Yes,
performance
that's-
data, DUT
That's the one.
Bussy
So you're going to select on
2021.
DUT Bussy 20211. I think that's just a typo. That's supposed to be 2021, but that's fine. You're going to click on the first one, which is the DUT Bussy, and click on OK.
Okay, you sure it's not DUT Bussy 2021? Because I must have already kind of renamed it.
Or maybe for your version, one that I sent through as in the data pack has a correct one, but it should have this table icon that you see here.
Okay, I'll work with yours, but I think what happened was, you know, you were getting us to rename and copy. I was right online with where you were, and then
Oh no, it's fine. You're gonna have to now rename it again, so it's not going to remember that you renamed it that time because we
Okay, so let me
deleted
just
the table.
work. Let me just work with what you're asking me to work with. So that's the
Yeah.
Bussy 20211.
Select 20211. Yes. Click on that and click on OK.
Right, done.
There we go. So do you see the Bussy data now in front of you?
Yes, yes.
Right. So on the first column where it says, please fill in your student number, just double click on the yellow part and change that to just say student number.
Yes. Done.
Right. Then where has it placed it? Has it placed it under other queries?
Correct.
So you're going to click on it and drag it until it is placed under lookup tables.
Done.
Right. Okay, cool. So that's your Bussy data sorted, right? Now, do you have something called query 1 or has that been deleted?
No, nothing else. I just got under other
Okay.
queries.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, no
And
problem.
nothing under
So
other
now
queries.
what we're going to do is we're going to create our date dimension table again, right?
Okay.
So
all
open
right.
the text file where we have that code, Power BI date table code, copy the code, Control A,
Yep.
right? Tell me when you're back in Power BI.
Right click, copy, minimize. I'm back in Power BI.
Okay. Under the home tab again, you're going to see new source. It is next to recent sources. You're going to see new
Yes.
source.
Yes,
Okay, click on the drop down and second from the bottom, it says blank query.
got it.
Okay, click on blank query,
Done.
right? Then just underneath the help sign on the top, you're going to see something called properties and advanced editor.
One
Right?
second.
Click on advanced editor.
One second. Help. Yes. Properties advanced. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Click on advanced editor.
Yes.
Right. Now what you're going to see is yours might say query 2 or query 1, whatever
Query
it's going to say, it's fine.
Yep.
I want you to delete this code that's in here. It will say let source equals in source. Delete that.
Done.
And then paste that code that you just copied from the text file.
Done.
Right? Once it's pasted in, click on done. It should have a tick at the bottom left saying no syntax errors have been detected.
Yes. Okay. Done.
Click on done.
Right.
Then it's going to bring you, I don't want to delete this on my side, sorry.
The
Then it's going to bring you,
parameters.
yeah, your parameters. So the parameter you're going to input there, it's going to be the 1st of the 1st, 2021 is your start date.
Oops, hang on.
So 01/01/2021.
1st of January. All right. Hold on.
Yeah. And then the end date is the 31st of December, 2021.
So it's the 1st of January, 2021. And the end date is the 31st of December
100%, yes.
of 2021.
Right. And then your FY start month is month 3, which
Month
is
3.
March.
I remember
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
right. And then click on invoke.
Okay, let me just double check. So it's 2021-01-01 start date, 2021-12-31 end date, FY start 3 invoke.
100%, yes.
And I
Okay.
invoke, right?
Yes, we do.
Invoke.
And then
Done.
it's going to create a table called invoked function.
Yes, it has.
Right. So right click on the invoked function, or you can double click it and
Okay.
rename it to
Okay.
date dimension.
Before we do that, under lookup tables, I've got 4 and it's got the FX query 1.
Yes, that's fine. FX query 1 must stay there. You don't touch that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
so
just
under-
reminding you that you've
Got it.
used a function in your model.
Got it. So under other queries, invoked function, you want me to rename it
Yes.
date dimension, I think you call
Yes.
it, right?
Just right click and say rename, or you can double click on it as a shortcut and just rename it to date dimension and drag that table now under lookup tables.
Done.
Okay.
Yep.
So just a confirmation, master data, you should have a bracket 1.
Yes.
Lookup tables, you should have a bracket 5.
Yes.
Other queries should be blank.
Blank, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you are on par.
Oh, okay. Did you do anything else in
Well,
terms of
I've
setting it
explained-
up?
Were you there when I explained?
Appended, yes, yes, yes.
Appended, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah.
Okay, and then converting the date under student bio data. Were you there when we changed the date?
Okay, that's what I
matriculation.
missed. Yeah, that's what I missed. But is it something that I would need to know for the breakaways?
Well, remember, matriculation date, that's quite an important parameter because it'll help us determine gap years and stuff.
So you transformed something. So this was under biodata.
Yes, student bio data.
Okay. It was matriculation date.
Yeah, so I renamed this to matriculation date, sorry, so it might be called something else. I'll tell you what it was called.
It's called matric date, 2019-11, for example. So you've got the 4 digits for the year, and then you've got, you know, the month.
100%, yes.
Mm.
So actually what I'll do is, replace value. Yeah, so what I'll do is I will just merge columns. Let's see here, change.
Oh, do you want me to look at what you're doing?
No, sorry. I'm just going to delete it because I don't want to repeat this again. So I just want to delete it from my side. So let's do it. Yeah, okay. So this is what you see, right?
Hold on, let me go into.
Matric date, and you got.
Yes, yes, yeah.
And do you see a 1, 2, 3 next to matric date?
Hold on.
To the left of it.
Can I close that notepad now with the code?
Yes, that
Okay.
can be
I'm
closed.
just
You don't
trying to
need that
keep the fewest things running. Oh gosh. Let me just go back into it. Yes, I see a matric date and then the 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Right. So click on the 1, 2, 3.
Done.
And change that to a text at the bottom where it says ABC.
Yes, done.
Okay. Once that's changed to a text, right? What you're going to do is you're going to right click on the column right?
Okay.
Right click on matric date, and you're going to say split column.
Got it. Into
Right?
what?
And you're going to split by number of characters. Second
Done.
option.
All right.
Right? Once you are there, sorry, I should.
It's asking me the number of characters.
Yeah. So you're going to split by 4 characters.
Yes.
And your split option should be once as far left as
possible. Correct.
Okay. So once that's done, click on OK.
No, nothing under advanced options.
Nothing under advanced options.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
There
Then,
we go.
Right. Now it's split up to, it's giving you matric date dot 1, matric date dot 2.
Yes.
Right. I want you to hover, or I want you to click matric date dot 2 and click on the header on the yellow part and move it to before matric date dot 1. Just move the column so that it's before matric date dot 1, right?
Done.
Now what you're going to do is you're going to click on control, right? You're going to click on control and you're going to select matric date dot 2 first, right?
Wait, hang on. When you say click on control, you're talking about control on my keypad and then
on your keypad, yes, on your keyboard, yeah.
All right.
Right, and the order in which you selected it's important, right? So you're going to select matric date dot 2 first.
Yes.
Then go and select matric date dot 2. So both columns should be highlighted.
Got it.
You're going to right click on the yellow part on the headers.
Yes. Does it matter which one?
No, it doesn't matter which one. You can right click on any one of them.
I've right clicked.
And you're going to see something called merge columns. It's under transform.
Yes, merge columns. Got it.
Right. Click on merge columns.
Okay.
Right.
Choose how to merge.
Yeah. So separator, you're going to click on the drop down where it says custom. Where it says none. And you're going to go right to the bottom where it says custom.
Wait, hang on. Separator at the moment, the default is none. So you want me to.
So click on the drop
custom.
down. Yes.
Got it. It's on custom. Yep.
Right. Then it will open up another pop-up box underneath custom and put a //
Just a / under custom. Okay.
Just a // right?
Got it.
Then where it says new column name, I want you to change that to matriculation date.
Does date have to be capital letters?
Yeah, it's preferable that we have capital M and capital D, just to keep everything
done
standard, right? And then click on OK.
Okay.
Right. So now it would have created 11 / 2019.
Yes.
Right. Then you're going to click on the ABC next to matriculation date. It's got that ABC there, right?
Yes.
Click on ABC and then select date.
Okay. Under date time, right? Okay.
Not date time, it's just date. Yeah. And you'll see that it's now converted that column to a date, which has got like a little date icon next to matriculation date. So you should see the 1st of 11/2019 now.
Yes, like a little calendar thing. Yes. So it's
2019
/11 /01. Okay.
Yes. Right. So that's that part. That was that transformation that was done there. Right. Then what we've done is, right, if you on the same table, if you scroll to the far right.
Yeah.
Under residence flag.
Yes.
Right. What I've done is just to make the data intuitive, right, is I have renamed Y to yes and N to no.
Okay.
So you're going to right click on residence flag.
Yes.
On the header, and you're going to go to where was it? Replace values.
Replace values. Yeah.
Right. And what you're going to do is you're going to search for Y.
Y and make it yes.
And you're going to replace with yes.
All
with
right.
the
Capital letters for yes. All
yes.
capitals?
Yes. All cap. Not all capitals, just the capital Y and lowercase yes.
All right. And okay it.
And okay it.
And do the same for no.
And you're going to do the same for no. Right click, replace values. You're going to search for N and replace that with no.
Done.
Right. So that's that one done. Then if you go to the front of this data set, I think we had,
sorry, Akshay.
No problem.
Okay.
If you go to the front of this data set,
yep.
We see gender next to nationality,
Yes.
right? So again, we're going to right click and we're going to change F to female and we're going to change M to male. You know, just because everybody could be looking at this data, not everyone will understand what F and M means. You know, so we just want to make it.
Okay, male and female changed.
Perfect. So we're done with student bio data. Right? There's nothing more that needs to be done here.
No.
If you go to program data,
Yes.
right, and you scroll to the far right, you will find the column called Foundation YN Subject.
Yeah, we had a foundation which referred to the program, and then we had the one with the subject. You want to do the same thing?
Yes.
No,
The subject, you're going to right click, you're going to change N to no and Y to yes.
Right, understood. Is there another one like this? Then just tell me and then I'll do it and you can go on and have your lunch. Or is it a different?
Yeah, there was a few on performance data. So
the same thing, doing the same thing.
Performance data, I'll tell you what you're going to change. You're going to change full-time or part-time. So instead of saying F, you're going to say full dash time. And for P, you're going to see part dash time.
Okay, wait. So F is going to be
full-time.
Full, yeah. Dash.
P is going to be part-time.
Yeah, and it's full dash time, not underscore, right?
Yes. It doesn't really matter if you can put the dash or you don't, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I put the dash. So it's part dash time.
All right.
Okay. And the same for full foundation YN subject that's next to full-time. You're going to change the N to no and the Y to yes.
Understood. I'm doing that now.
And then that's it. And once you're done, you can click on close and apply on the far left.
Okay, got it.
Far top left. Yeah.
Yes, I think I did that already previously. That's why everything moved across.
Oh, okay, yeah. And once you're there, then you're on par with where we are.
Okay. Thanks so much, Akshay. Have a good lunch. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Please let me know if you're back and we can continue. Okay, I see some people are, few people did not. So let's just give them a minute or so to get back.
Akshay, whilst you're waiting, you plan to have the breakaway session in this session?
Yes. So if you can just send out poll.
Sorry, you muted.
Sorry about that, Fatima. Yes, could you please send through poll 2 and then we can go into the breakaway session.
Right now?
Yes. So let's just see what the poll results say. And then if everybody's happy, we can go into the breakaway.
Hey, colleagues, can I just suggest that we maybe do the poll in about 5 minutes just to give everybody a chance to get back and just indicate their return, so that when we're doing the poll, we get a good enough response, number one, and number two, when we assign people to breakaways, they know what's happening rather than just being pulled into a breakaway and nobody really knows what's happening.
Okay, great. Sure. Thanks for that. So we'll give them another minute or so. If you are back, please, can you just, for those that didn't, put their thumbs up, please.
Okay, the reason I asked about the breakaway session, actually, is that there's still participants who haven't indicated their affiliation to university or so, and I can't then put them into groups. So you could just ask them.
Okay, yeah, so for people that are here, please, can you put your the university that you're from next to your name, next to your handle, just so that when we are allocating everyone, we put you guys from the same campus together, please. There's a few more people. So Alan, Amory, if you could please just put your.
Alan is from Saide, so that's fine.
Oh, okay. And then there's Even, Jacques Porter, Mike Swanepoel, Tim
Jacques,
Diesel,
I've got him, UFS, yeah.
and Anna Marie Eckstein.
Mike from NMU. Okay, great, thank you.
Stembiso.
Anna Marie Eckstein. Yeah. So yeah, maybe thanks for the suggestion, Jean. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Could everybody just put their hands up so we know that everybody's back? Okay, there's still a few people that are away. Fatima, I see there's still a handful of people who don't have their hands up. Should we give them another minute?
Sure. And then I'll open the poll. That's fine.
Yes.
Sorry, Ashton, which institute are you from? I've forgotten. I'm so sorry about that.
From DUT.
DUT, okay. Anna Marie, and even Fortune and Stimbiso.
Jacques also.
Jacques,
Alan.
I've got. Jacques is from University of
No,
Pretoria.
sorry, just his hand.
I mean, University of Free State, yeah.
Yeah, just waiting for them to return.
Akshay, I'm not assigning you when you can jump into the various rooms.
Perfect. Thanks, Fatima. Okay, could be that the other people who do not have their hands up probably are busy. I see it's only about 4 or 5 people.
Yeah.
So maybe we can just continue. So Fatima, could you please send that second poll? And then once we get the feedback, I'll just give an explanation of what needs to be discussed in the breakaway group, and then we can get that started.
Okay.
There's no maybe.
Ah. Thanks, I should have allowed for that.
I guess we'll take maybe as a no. So if it's a maybe, then maybe it's just a no. All right, so we have 28 participants. I see only 22 have answered. Okay, so for the people that have marked no, is there maybe something we can discuss, and we can assist to make sure that you understand, or at what point did you get stuck?
Can I also just ask if people could just indicate, apart from the co-host and the host, and we're just trying to get our understanding of Zoom, does everyone get to see the results of the poll, or is it just the co-host and myself as the host?
Yes, I
can't see anything.
You can't see anything. Okay. You're a co-host, so that's interesting. But all the other participants, I guess, won't. Okay.
Yeah, see, even Deepthi, a lot of people cannot see it.
Okay.
Ashton.
I should share the results once done. Okay. Thank you. And you only get the share option once everyone's participated. So if I end the poll, that's it. Could I stop with the, are we waiting for people? 22 of 27 have participated.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. Maybe just
okay,
the concern now is the 3 people that have said no.
Okay,
maybe
so here's the results.
Yeah, do you maybe want to discuss it so that we can clear out any confusion?
Okay.
It's that we can't see the names of the people that said no, right?
I've made it anonymous.
Anonymous, okay. But from
we do have the option to no, I didn't. I opted to have it in anonymous form. But we could do that.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine. People want to remain anonymous. It's just that maybe now's the time for them to speak up.
So people could, I mean, if, you know, they could chat to you directly in the chat and just sort of mention who they are if they don't want to.
Yeah, you could please just mention your name if you said no on the poll, please.
And you can chat directly to Akshay.
Okay, Coach La, so I see, is there a quick way of checking whether I do have a licensed or demo version of Power BI? So yes, there is. I will show you how to check that now. Go there. So usually you would check on the online service. It would have, I think in the actual Power BI desktop, there isn't a way, but you can possibly view your account. So let me share my screen. And I'll just, sorry, I just want to sign into my Microsoft authentication. Check. Okay, so I'll show you how to do it now. I'll share my screen. Okay, tell me when everyone can see my screen. So I'll open up the chat so I can see it. Participants. All right, cool. Okay, so Coach La, what we would have to do is you would have to click on your name at the top where it says, you know, whatever your Coach La and your surname Nelson. So you click on the top where you see your name and you go to view account. Right. So when you click on view account, what it's going to do is it's going to open up the online Power BI service. Right. And when you are here, you can look at your subscriptions. All right. Hopefully I didn't move too quickly there. But when you click on view account, it's going to take you to the web. All right. So it's not view subscriptions. You can actually click on your name or your picture of yourself on the top right. And it'll tell you what license type you have. So in my case, I have a premium per user license. So maybe if you have a demo account, it'll probably see demo or a pro license. But yeah, here's where you'll be able to see what license type you have. Were you able to check? Okay, busy signing in. Just tell me when you've signed in and then you can check what license you have. So this online interface, I will explain tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, you have a pro license. Okay, that's great. So Coach, that gives you a lot of the functionalities and that we will go through. So you're quite good, in a good space. Thank you. All right, cool. All right, so let's continue, colleagues, from where we left off. So the last thing that we did was we closed and saved our results. So where we were was in transform data, right? This is the Power Query editor. And the last thing that we did before we came from break was close and apply, right? So we close and apply, and then it applied all the data to the front end, right? So it's going to apply that to the model. Now, what we're going to cover with is the modeling aspect of this data, right? So on this blank canvas that you see, and everybody should be on this front blank canvas that we see, where it says build visuals with your data, right? I want everybody to look on the far left pane. They're going to see 3 tabs. The first tab is report, okay? So this is the report where we're going to build our visuals, and we will get there maybe by end of the day, or if not tomorrow. I see we are moving quite quick, so that's good, meaning that a lot of people are understanding. So we might be ahead of schedule, which is fine, right? We have a report, then we have data, okay? I want everybody to click on the second button called data. Okay, so if everybody is here, what this tab or this view is going to give you is all the data that you can quickly view in the front end of your Power BI dashboard. Every time you want to view your data, excuse me, you don't have to keep going back to transform data. Transform data is only if you want to obviously transform your data, but we don't always want to do that. Some instances, we just want to go have a quick look at the table, and like in Excel, where you can do a filter and quickly do some filters, check the data, do whatever checks, cross checks you want. So this view gives you the ability to do that. And on the far right-hand side, where it says fields, you can click between the different data sets that you have. So you can view the date dimension table. We can look at the performance data. We can look at the program data, as well as the student bio data. And if you expand on these dropdowns, it will also give you additional information, or rather, especially if you have large data sets, you can actually go to the specific column that you're interested in. So for this example, I have student bio data open and expanded. So I can click on gender, for example. And what it does is it quickly finds gender within the data set and it highlights it for you. So it's just a view to view your data and see your data and check everything looks fine. And especially when you are eventually using DAX formula to now develop complex calculations and algorithms, excuse me. It's very useful to also go back to your data and check and verify and see if relationships exist and how you can basically develop your DAX formula. All right, so this is quite a nice view, but what we are interested in, and I will stress this many times, all right? Before I stress that, let's click on this third tab on the far left that says model. Okay, this is where we are going to be setting the relationships. Okay, you're going to click on model, and what you're going to see is a whole lot of boxes with lines connecting different tables together. Now, Power BI, also being a very smart software, automatically detects relationships, but at least 70 to 80% of the time, the relationships that it detects is wrong. So what needs to be done, and there's a way of also disabling this auto detect relationship feature, but for now, that's fine. We don't have to do that, right? What we need to do is all the lines that are joining every single table, right-click on every single line that you see and delete it, okay? Because I'm going to show you how to create this relationship and the way that it needs to be structured for you to create it, all right? So you're going to right-click on all the lines that are joining every table, right-click, click on delete, and it says, are you sure you want to delete this relationship? You're going to click OK, and you'll see that the line disappears. Okay, so do that with every single line that you see. Okay. Sorry, the 8 people that have their hand up, can I request that you put it down, please, just so that we don't get confused with questions.
Akshay.
Hi, yes, sorry, who's speaking?
It's Anel from WSU. The suggested relationship, since we have the same sort of data sets here,
Yes.
Is it expected that they will be the same as well for all of us?
Well, provided that you followed my steps in the transform query, where we removed duplicates and where we created lookup tables and we isolated our fact transactional table, which was a performance data table. Provided that you followed all the steps that we've done before lunch break, you should have the exact same relationships, exact same data set as me. It shouldn't be different at all. If you did miss things like, for example, where we renamed F to female and M to male. It's not a critical thing. If you miss that, it's not going to affect anything. But like the important things like the removing the duplicates on subject code for the program data, removing the duplicates for the student number on the biographical data. Those are the stuff that's critically important now that we look at the model, and also creating the date dimension table, critically important. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe there's something I missed. I don't know. I'll ventilate when I get to it.
Okay, if you need help, please shout. Don't feel that you can be holding the class back, because it's important that we move together.
Sorry, Akshay, I don't know how you got to this table where you were able to remove it. I am.
Are you on this page?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right. So what you're going to do is, are you okay? So whereabouts exactly are you? What do you see at your front?
Sorry, colleagues. I just have my son here. Sorry. I am at this table where it says column tools. Is that right?
Sorry, column two. Okay, maybe share your screen. Sorry, I think that it's a bit difficult to see where you are, unless you're on the data table. On this, are you here?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. If you're here, just to the far left, you're going to go down to the last tab that says model, and you're going to click on there.
Okay, sorry, one moment. I'm just trying to. Okay, wait. Let me just see where you are. Okay, so sorry. Could you just go back again, and so I can see?
So this is where you are at the moment at this.
I'm at data. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Go to the last one, which says model. That's where we are.
Okay, let me just. Okay, Okay, all right. I'm there.
Okay, and then when you are here, right, and what I explained earlier is that Power BI by default generates all the relationships that it can pick up, and you will see like lines. For example, I'm just going to create a random one for now, right? It'll have all of these lines that are joining all the tables together, right? What you need to do is you need to right click on all the lines that you see, right click on it and delete it. And it'll say, are you sure you want to delete this relationship? You're going to click on OK. Okay, so everybody, if they can just quickly post in the chat if they're okay and they've deleted all the lines, that'll be fine, just so I know. Nev, let me know how you are with deleting everything. Okay, cool. Perfect. All right, thanks. Okay, so Nev, are you okay? Have you deleted all the lines?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Okay, right. So if you look at the manual that I've sent, or that Dr. Parker sent in the chat group, where we are now is on the relationships part. And what we're going to be focusing on here is obviously developing relationships between different data sets, right? And when we do eventually get into the DAX equations and linking the BOOSI data set to the performance data, then that's where you'll actually appreciate this model, provided that it's done correctly, right? And what we talk about when we set up this model is something called the waterfall effect or snowflake effect, okay? So whichever one you want to use, they both mean the same thing. There's 50 or 100 different ways that people set up models, but from the courses that I've attended, this is one of the most popular ones and the best way, in my opinion, to set it up. All right. So if everybody has on the right-hand side properties and fields, what you can do is you can just minimize these here. We don't really need them right now. So just minimize all the fields on the right-hand side by clicking the arrows on the top. Okay. The fields and the properties tab, just minimize that. Right. Now, Fatima, I just remember now that we actually didn't go into the breakaway rooms. And I just continue to, I'm just remember now, sorry about that, colleagues. I moved a bit ahead of schedule here. I think let me rather stop here and let's just let the audience interact with each other and discuss things first. then we can move on.
So will you be giving people instructions now? And
Yes.
then I can.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So based on poll 2, which was, does everybody understand how to use Power BI Query Editor? All right. So I've shown you, from the rawest form of data, looking at our data in Excel and conceptualizing what's the end game from this data. What do we want to develop? What do we want to send out into the organization, right? We developed that concept in mind, okay? We then took that raw data, we've transformed it in the Power BI Query Editor. We've handled the data, we've manipulated it, we've subsetted the data into, we took a large data set and we broke it up into 3 subsets. We've created lookup tables, and you know the importance of lookup tables and why it makes sense. Maybe now you don't know the importance of it, but at least it makes sense. Things that are static, that aren't transactional, or that isn't going to be changed and added all the time, that can remain as a static table, something that isn't going to change. So based on the knowledge that you have gained and from the experience of this workshop and how you found it, I think it's good that colleagues interact from the same institution, which we will break the breakaways through, just to discuss your thoughts on what's been covered. And I will be hopping in between different breakaways. And then if there's any other suggestions or people needing extra clarity, or maybe they want to know, hey, is this possible in Power BI? Can you maybe do this or do that? And we can discuss it. So I think let's use this time to just reflect on how we found the Power BI Query Editor. And basically from where we've started with the rawest form to our end game, which is developing. Sorry.
Yes,
Anele, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, can we break away now?
Akshay, sorry, how many minutes do you want the session, firstly? 20
Sorry.
minutes?
Sorry, Fatima, Anele has a question. Can we just maybe let Anele talk first?
Yes, thank you. When we were working with the data, transforming it, we duplicated the data set that we got from Excel. And then from the subsets, we removed or excluded some fields or columns. Does that mean, therefore, those that have been excluded or that have not been excluded in the subset are removed from the original? I mean, not Excel, but the one we duplicated.
So the one that we duplicated, right? That can always be retrieved as the master data set. Remember, that's coming from Excel. So we didn't find the need to keep the original data set, the first one that we brought into Power BI, because we're not going to be using it. But we can, if we would, we could have maybe duplicated it 4 times, and we kept the backup of the old one, of the original data set, and then we broke everything else up like we did now. But because we don't want to unnecessarily complicate and add space to our model, so we didn't include it. But I mean, if you want to go back, you can always go and import the data back in, from Excel, and store that and keep it there if you want it for your own records.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Not a problem. Yes. So Fatima, I'm thinking, and Dr. Parker, maybe you can also add. I'm thinking maybe 15 minutes should be fine, or maybe 20 minutes.
I think 10 to 15 should be fine, Akshay.
Okay, yeah. So 15 minutes will also gives me time to hop in between the different breakaways. So 15 minutes just to reflect on how you're finding this workshop, and discuss between colleagues possibilities, and can Power BI do this, and so forth. So thanks, Fatima. You can begin. So once the breakaways end, everybody will by default come back into this main room. Thank you.
Just to alert participants, I've divided the participants into their regional networks, the Siyapumalele network. So it's Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Central, and KZN. Okay, so I'm opening the rooms now. You have to be in for 15 minutes, and then you should get an alert for 60 seconds to come back into plenary.
Fatima, sorry, before that happens, how do I jump into each one? Do I just?
Yeah,
Oh, I see
you can
this
just join.
join.
You'll see. Yeah, you
Okay.
can just join.
Okay, I see it. Perfect. Thank you.
It should be going off now. Stenviso, from what institution are you? Oh, okay, it's gone. Anna Marie.
Sorry, Fatima, can I ask a question? We just wanted to know with regard to recording, sorry, Johan, can you just wait? With regard to recording, do you have to have a co-host status, or it's not allowing me to? Apparently, I need permission.
To record, you want to record your session? Okay. So I'm not sure. We've never really recorded in the breakaway session.
The sorry, I just got that recording progress. Tom. Yeah. So we want to broaden all the different types of analysis and extend the analysis to the extremities that we can go to. Without relationships, you are limited to only creating measures that exist in each individual table. You will never be able to cross match, analysis from different tables. All right. So to create this relationship on the student bio data, hover over student number. Okay, locate it. It's ordered in alphabetical order. Locate it, and also locate student number under performance data. Right. So you should be able. They should be in sight. Okay. What you're going to do is you're going to click on student number on the student bio data table view, and you're going to click and hold it down, and you're going to drag it until it's on top of the student number on performance data. Once it's on top of that, you're going to let go, and it's by default going to create this relationship. Okay, and everybody should have a 1 that exits student bio data and should have an asterisk that enters performance data. If you do not, please post it in the chat because this is important. Okay, Nev, does that clear your confusion?
Yes, it does. Thanks.
All right, great. Okay, so to get back to where we were, right, let's hover over this line and let's double click on it. Okay, so what we can say is basically the two data sets that we've created a relationship with, right? And we can see that it's between performance data and between student bio data. And Power BI has obviously reminded us of what we've created the relationship on, which is student number against student number, right? So the cardinality that we see, and sometimes it swaps it around many to one, one to many, but provided that you see a 1 coming out of your lookup table and an asterisk going into your performance data, it's correct. Okay, because what usually one would think that it should be a 1 to many, that it's going from top to bottom, but it's actually a many to 1. Okay, so it's a many coming from your performance to 1. Okay, so it might be a bit confusing here. All right, so the cardinalities that exist, right, is obviously many to 1, which is what we have, a 1 to 1. So we can guess what that means. That means for every 1 transaction we have here, or 1 unique identifier we have here, it links to one identifier in this table, right? But then that's not popular because if it's a one-to-one, yeah, it doesn't really make sense to have that because we want to have everything filtering into a transaction table. And a transaction table is meant to have duplicates. It's meant to have a mixture of data, right? And then we have a one-to-many, right? Which in this case would mean one on the performance data up to many on the student bio data, which we want to try and avoid. And a many-to-many data, meaning that there's duplicates in the student bio data and there's duplicates in the performance data, and it's creating multiple relationships. And we can, and that sometimes can be, it can be used, not to say that you cannot use the other relationships. So the one that we're going to focus with will be a many-to-one and a many-to-many. But best practice, and as far as possible, try and keep a many-to-one relationship, right? And this cross-filter direction. Okay, so what is this now? Cross-filter direction is telling us the direction of this arrow, right? We can see that the student bio data is waterfalling, or the direction of the arrow is towards performance data. So what is that saying? So remember the example I gave with gender, age, and average mark. We want age to filter this table, right? We do not want any single column in this table to filter the lookup tables. We always want lookup tables to filter transaction data, not the other way around. And for that reason, we always ensure that, or at least most of the time, we ensure that we can have the arrow pointing towards our performance data, right? Because we want the cross-filtering to come from this table and it must filter into this table, right? In cases where you have a many, like a both arrow, so if I click on this drop down here, it's going to have both, right? So you're going to have an arrow coming here and you're going to have an arrow coming up. That means both tables can filter each other, which, you know, if you have a report that has 20 tabs with visuals on 20 tabs and everything can filter everything, sometimes it gets very, you know, convoluted and you will basically get lost. And again, the integrity of the data will be compromised because you want to have order and structure. Only specific tables can filter the main master data set. Not every table can filter, you know, like cross-pollination. That cannot happen. It's confusing. All right. So this is best practice. Right. Now that we've understood, or at least I hope we understand, is there any questions in terms of what I've explained on this relationship and the importance of having it set up like it is? Please raise your question in the chat box. Okay, right. So looking at program data, can anybody suggest, sorry, somebody said something.
Sorry, actually, it was just me. Just wanted to know, you've gotten to that page where it said edit relationships through manage relationships, because that's how I got it. That's how I got into it. Is that correct? You
can even click on manage relationships as well, correct?
Okay, all right, okay, cool.
You can click on that and click on edit. That's another way of doing
Okay.
it. Or you can just double click on the line.
Oh, okay, all right. I got through because I was trying to double click and nothing was happening. So.
Okay, all right. No, so well done for finding that. Yes, so thanks for that.
Okay,
another way to get you, if you are struggling, is to go to manage relationships on the top. Click on the relationship. Obviously, you'll have more than one relationship. Click on the relationship you're interested in. So from performance data to student bio data, all right? And then you click on edit. And then it'll bring up that exact same pop-up. Okay, cool. So moving on to the next relationship. Can anybody suggest, okay, remember we understand our data. We understand what's in each subset. We understand the resolution and granularity of every data set in our model. So can somebody suggest what relationship we can create between program data and performance data? Yes, 100%. Subject code, because we've removed duplicates on subject codes. We have unique instances of subject code in program data, right? So if we now scroll down to subject code, remember it's in alphabetical order, and we find subject code, which should be the last one on performance data, we click on subject code and we move it, click and hold, and move it over subject code on the performance data, right? And by default, it should create a one-to-many relationship. Okay, so far our model is looking perfect. Well done, Jean and Anele. Right? And we understand, right? We understand that relationship. Okay. So again, this is going to give us the ability to now filter program data into here. And we can create relationships between performance data and program data, but we can only filter from program data into performance data. All right, so Ku said, what if there's more than one? So thanks for that question. In the model, we can only create a relationship between one column, right? You cannot create multiple relationships. It's not suggested. And even if I make this relationship active, you see it's going to complain saying an active relationship already exists between the two data sets. To make this relationship active, deactivate the existing relationship first. All right, so you can only create one relationship between both the data sets. So obviously the lowest granularity you look at, and that's why, again, it's important to model your data. So here, say we came here now and we realized, oh, we have subject code in this table, but we don't have subject code in this table. And thanks, Ashton, earlier on you suggested, and I actually left that out, we missed out subject code. So in that case, we would have had to go back to transform data. And thankfully, because of the applied steps, we can go and find that point where we excluded subject code from the table, bring it back and close and apply, and then come back here and try again. So we can always go back into our transform data at any point in this modeling phase. Maybe we want to go and update the Excel sheet and create a subject code in there. We can go there, go back to the query editor, bring in that new sheet from Excel.
Sorry, Akshay.
Yes.
So I'm getting many to many in the subject code relationship.
Okay. So if you're getting a many-to-many relationship, that means you haven't removed the duplicates from subject code.
Okay.
Okay. That is why. So it's picking up multiple instances of subject code, because remember, what we did with program data is that we duplicated the performance data and we removed student number, but remember now it's still duplicated. So what we have to go and do is remove duplicates on the lowest granularity in this table, which was subject code. So sorry, is it Simpiwe that I'm speaking to?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So what we're going to do, Simpiwe, is go back to transform data on the top. Okay. Open up transform data. Sorry, just move this panel. Right. Open transform data, and let's go to the program data tab. Let's open up under lookup tables and scroll until you can see subject code. So subject code is towards 3/4 of the data set to the right.
Yeah.
Right. You're going to right click on subject code header. And you're going to remove duplicates. So possibly, you missed that step that we did here, which is remove duplicates here. But just so you can remove it again.
All right.
Okay. Once that's done, once you've removed duplicates on subject code, far left, close and apply. And then it'll apply it into your model. Then recreate that relationship now, and it should by default create a one-to-many relationship. Okay. Just let me know if you're okay, simply.
Okay, now it says there's already a relationship between these two columns. So how do I delete this one and recreate?
So to delete this one, you're going to hover over the line, you're going to right click, and you're going to click on delete.
Okay.
And it'll ask you if you are sure, just say okay, and then do the exact same process that I explained here. You're going to click on subject code, you're going to hold it down, and you're going to hover over subject code on performance data and let go.
Yeah, perfect. It's,
right,
it's corrected now. Yeah, thanks.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
Not a problem. Right? Now, again, And if you notice, we actually didn't remove duplicates of, of the BUSI data, but did we have to? Because every student should have filled out the survey once, right? There shouldn't be one instance where the same student filled out the same survey twice and there's a duplicate record. If there is, I mean, we can go back, correct it, and remove duplicates on student number. But let's take a chance, right? So this is quite a large data set. So scroll down to obviously S, and remember we renamed it to student number. So for that same reason, we renamed it so that we can find it easy when we get here. So you're going to scroll right down till you see S, right? And you'll see this little summation sign, right? So it's easy for us to find. Okay, so again, the obvious thing to create the relationship on is between student number, because that's the only common ground between both these data sets, right? So we're going to hover over student number on the 2021 DUT BUSI data. We're going to click, hold it, and drag it to the student number on performance data. And it should create a one-to-many. If not, then there's duplicates. Perfect. Okay. It's picked up a one-to-many relationship with the arrow pointing down, just as we wanted. All right. Now, I wasn't sure who it was that asked the importance of this data table since we only have 1 year. But to get back to that question now, right? Yes, you were correct in saying that, this is not really needed, but I explained the significance of it now. So say, for example, you have data at a weekly resolution, right? Every week you have data. Oh yes, thanks, Ashton. If you didn't rename student number, then it will be please fill your student number. Thank you for that. Yeah, so in that case, look for P, and it should have a summation sign next to it. That signifies that it's a numeric value. Okay, so back to the data dimension table. So say you want to now, you have weekly or monthly data, or you have yearly data, historic from maybe 2010 to 2022. And you now want to filter your data by year. You want to filter your data by month. And you want to understand for 2014, what was the average mark for females for the ages 18 to 20? That same example that we discussed. Now, remember I said we don't ever use the fact table or the master data table to filter at all. We do not use it, right? We always use all the tables on the top to filter into performance data. So this is the need for this table, right? It's just in our case, we only have 1 year. So for us, I'm going to keep it on the top here, but I'm just going to keep it with no relationship because there is no relationship we can create it with. It doesn't make sense to create a one-to-one on 2021. We're not going to ever use the data dimension table for this instance. But in almost every single dashboard, if you have developed a dashboard for your faculty to track your student performance weekly, if that's the case, then obviously this will be something that is very important to have, because if your dashboard is going to be refreshing every single week, to bring in the new data that's coming in, because you want to, track and monitor student progress on a weekly basis, then this is the table. You're going to look for week here, week number, and this is the table that's going to use to filter all the information that you see here. Okay, and the power about this model and the way it's developed, right? We can see the 3 data sets that we have a relationship with performance data. Now, it's a one-to-many relationship from each of these data sets. But the beauty of designing this model is there's also an indirect relationship between DUT BUSI data set, between program data, between student bio data. Because they all have a common linkage to the same performance data set, there is also an indirect relationship. If it can match to it, it'll match to it. So I can select, say, student bio data, and I can use that to also filter BUSI data if there obviously is a common ground, which is student number, which we can. Program data might be a bit of a problem. I don't think we have a column here that a student can select what faculty they're from, or maybe there is, I'm not sure, right? But again, provided that there is a linkage between these two data sets, we can also use these three tables to filter each other. Okay, thanks, Dr. Parker. So there is, all right. But also the naming, you know, if, for example, say faculty was spelled in this data set with a small f, and in this set it's a capital F, it might not pick it up. So again, how things are spelled is also very important, because you're creating a relationship between it. If it's spelled wrong, it's not gonna identify that as a relationship. So that's just the other thing to be worried about. All right, so in saying that, we have a half an hour left of this workshop. Can we please send out poll 3? Fatima, please. And yeah, is there any questions around this model development? This is very, very important. We will, if need be, come back to this model and say we need cross-directional filtering, so going back and forth. If need be, and the model is set up like that, we can do it. So we can always come back into this model and understand it or adjust it.
My question is on the date dimension table. For this exercise we're doing, the parameters that we put in there was beginning of the year to the end of the year 2021. So if you were to have data spanning, say, 3 years back, and it means therefore your initial parameter will have to talk to that particular date, and does it then again going to the end date, will it mean therefore that for each year you need to go back and change the I don't know what to call it, the closing parameter date, I don't know.
So you mean, like, can we edit the function where we develop the period that we were concerning about? Sorry, maybe I'm not understanding your question. Are you referring to, can we edit the period that we've selected to show in this data dimension?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. You can go back into that function and you can edit it again. You can edit it and go back another 5 years if you want, or 5 years forward. Because sometimes you might have models that are predicting into the future. That's something that I've also developed for mining industries. A lot of, just to give you quick context as well, which is something interesting, a lot of the mines are looking to become carbon neutral by 2050, you know, as part of the carbon reduction laws in South Africa and worldwide. So I've developed a dashboard that is able to predict carbon that's going to be used in every single year to 2050, using obviously historic data that's feeding into regression models. And, you know, it's a very complex model, but you can also predict into the future using AI and neural network models, you know, based on project interventions and stuff. So yeah, I mean, you can go into the future or back. However, it depends solely on how your model is or what's your end game. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, cool. So now that we've, and I see 100% of people understood this, so this is fantastic. This is usually, in my experience of doing this, a lot of people get confused and we have to go back, but I'm glad that everybody understands it, okay? And as I said, sometimes we might say, okay, it's not working with the direction. And although yes, by best practice, this is how it needs to be set up. But as we said, data can come in any form. And sometimes you might not be able to delete duplicates. So in that case, you have to have bidirectional arrows. You have to have an arrow going up and an arrow going down. So in some cases where it's unavoidable, you will have to do that. But if need be, we can always come back to this. All right. So I'm going to be feeding into a bit of tomorrow's session. So let's maybe have just a taste of what's going to come tomorrow, just to conclude the last part of this session for today. So after completing the model, right? And sorry, you won't see this in your manual that was sent out. I'll be sending through another manual tomorrow, but it's fine. I'm just going to give you a taste of what can happen now, right? So say we want to now, we've handled the data, we're happy with the Power Query editor, we've developed our model, it makes sense, all is looking good, right? Now we are in a position to use this data to help inform decision making, right? So we need to obviously bring in data into visuals, whether it's a bar graph, pie chart, or tables, or matrices, however we want to structure it, right? We need to now bring this data and make use of it. That's the whole point of it, right? So on the far left-hand side, right, we are on the model tab. I want everybody to now go onto the reporting tab, which is the top one. Click on report tab, and it's going to take you back to this front end, this blank canvas that we see here, where it asks you to build visuals with your data. Right? And just to also remind, please, let's save our dashboard. We've did quite a big thing by setting up our model. Yes, it's not a lot of tables, but sometimes you might have 20 lookup tables and 30 transactional tables. And if that isn't saved, then yeah, it's going to be tears. All right. So let's start off with the first page that we are going to look at, and let's rename this page to geographical analysis. We can always rename that if you want to at a later stage, right? So geographical analysis. So what we want to understand is maybe what is the student success rate or the average pass marks by geographical areas.
Actually, sorry. What did you do? Can you just do that again, please? I was not.
Sorry about that. Yes. So if you're still stuck on this page, on the far left, you are going to see the top button that says report. You can see where my mouse is. So it's 3 up. You're going to click on report.
Yeah.
All right. Then you're going to double click on sheet 1 or whatever it was called before that. Double click on it and just rename it to geographical analysis.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. We just want to, because we might have 3 or 4 tabs by the end of tomorrow. So we just want to structure it properly. Okay. Now what we want to do is we want to set up this page. Okay. So remember, I was also showing you before we started that we can go and create custom palettes, right? You can create custom palettes using JSON. If you're familiar with JSON, you can use that to also program this. And you know, this can vary between organizations. Every organization has a different theme that they would follow. For now, we won't really focus on themes and making it look very, very pretty, but we will obviously develop a very presentable dashboard and report. So to start off this, right, let's maybe create a text box that just highlights what this dashboard is going to entail, which is basically geographical analysis, right? So let's create a text box and let's create it on the top. Okay, so to do that, we are going to go to the Insert tab, right, on the top right. We're going to click on Insert, and we are going to insert a shape, right? So on the Insert tab, you're going to go to the far right, just below that, and you're going to see Shapes, right? We're going to click on Shapes, okay, and we're going to click on a rectangle. Let's use a rectangle, okay? And what Power BI is going to do, it's going to create a box that we see here, okay? So what we want to do is we want to elongate this box, just make it like a rectangle, just so that it's fitting. We can always increase the size of the page or decrease it later. And usually all this editing is done last. Once you've added all your visuals and you've placed it neatly, then you can sort out the colors and make it look fancy. All right. But for now, let's just give ourselves some context so we know what we're dealing with, right? So when you click on this this area, right, on this box, it's going to give you format shape options on the right-hand side, this panel that you see. Okay, it's going to give you some format issues, and we can go to town when it comes to formatting the shape. We can, if you want to go and add a shadow, okay, I can click on shadows. I can click on a border if I want a border. I can go down into shadow and I can select so many different options on how I want the shadow. What color do I want it? Do I want it to be outside or inside? Bottom, right, left, custom? It's endless in terms of the opportunities or the functionalities that are offered. But for now, what we want to do is we want to create text. So let's go and enable this text that we see on the right-hand side under format shape. Everybody has found it? When you click on the blue box, it should appear by default on the right-hand side. Okay, and then under the text tab here, what we can do is we can just type in geographical analysis. Okay. So clearly we need to scale this writing, it's way too small. So let's increase the font size to maybe 30. Okay, or maybe let's go a bit bigger. Let's go to 40. Okay, so let's make it 40. And we can keep the font the same. Vertical alignment can be center, horizontal alignment can be center, and that's okay for now. Later we can come back and we can, make sure that it fits in well with the rest of the dashboard. So for now, just giving ourselves some context. Okay. Now, remember is that we are trying to understand by geographical analysis. So what we obviously need to do now is we need to create measures. Okay, so that takes us on to the next big section, which is creating DAX measures. So Dr. Parker, I just want to ask from you, are you happy with us moving into a bit of tomorrow's session, or should we maybe have a general Q&A discussion now to end the session off, or is everybody happy to move on? I know we also went past our tea time, so apologies to everybody for that.
Actually, I'm really enjoying myself. I'm happy to move on a little bit, and then maybe, what is the time now? 3:30. Maybe we stop at 4 o'clock, move on a bit, and then just give the last 10 minutes for any Q&A for today. The other thing is the evaluation, because this was set up as a 2-day continuous workshop, I'm not quite sure if colleagues, are aware that this continues tomorrow and you will be joining tomorrow. So Fatima, also maybe your guidance as to whether should we have an evaluation today in the event that people can't join tomorrow as well?
Takalani should actually weigh in on that. I don't think he's here because I know he's been doing the evaluation forms. I'm not sure about that, Ko. Perhaps, well, he could send it out to the participants today. I'll notify him if that's what you'd like. And then tomorrow we could have the second evaluation of day 2's workshop.
Yeah, you see, because I'm thinking if there are things like comments like, I wish I could have learned this, and it goes into today's evaluation, but we're going to cover it tomorrow kind of thing. That's why it's a bit of a catch-22. So if colleagues who are here, are aware that you're going to come tomorrow, then we can do it in one. That makes sort of more sense because then it's complete with a complete workshop.
Sorry, cool. I just wanted to mention this session ends at 4, I think.
Yeah, it ends at 4.
Yeah, so maybe what we could do is if Akshay wants to carry on for maybe the next 10-15 minutes, I don't know if that's okay with the rest of the group, and then we have a Q&A, because I think it's also just important to make sure that we've got everyone on track with him and that we haven't lost anyone as well. Just so that when everyone comes back tomorrow, we all are relatively on the same page and we haven't really lost anybody. And that, so yeah, that's just my suggestion though. But because we missed the tea, I think we'll just be a bit more cognizant of the time.
Yeah,
Akshay?
I suggest maybe for the remainder of the 15 minutes is that I will just demonstrate a teaser of what we are going to cover tomorrow, and then tomorrow we start from scratch in terms of developing what I'm going to do now. But just maybe so colleagues can, sip on a cup of tea and not have to follow me for now.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine.
I'll just give a bit of a teaser in terms of what we're going to cover tomorrow, but so you don't have to follow what I'm doing or do what I'm doing. Just watch, and at least you will have some context as to where it's going to lead on tomorrow. Is that fine, Dr. Parker?
Oh yeah, that's fine. Fine with me.
All right, cool. So I'm going to talk about it, and don't be worried. I will. We actually save this at this point. So this is where we ended off. So when I'm doing this, I won't save it. So we will all start off on the same page tomorrow. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go into DAX formulations, right? And on the far right-hand side, okay, we see something called fields, right? This again is just giving us context as to what data sets we have available for developing measures or for bringing into our visuals, okay? We have our DUT, BUSI data, we have our data mention, performance data, program data, and student bio data. Okay? So in Power BI, right, we don't simply, okay, let me just, for example, show, all right, I'm gonna click on this stacked column chart. We don't use data like this. So say I want a final mark, I'm gonna bring final mark under values, okay? So obviously every chart is gonna have its own, format in terms of what needs to be placed, so an axis, a legend, values, multiples, and tooltips. And this will be explained again tomorrow. So if I am moving a bit fast, please bear with me. We will cover this much slower and in detail tomorrow, right? So we have a final mark. We want to make it an average, and we want to do it by program data, and we want to understand by campus. Okay. So clearly, I mean, we can develop a visual like this, right? So we can see the average mark for Indonesia was 70.88%. Oh, not percent, sorry, 70.88 in terms of final mark. Main campus was 67.66, and Pietermaritzburg was 66.67. Okay, so yes, we can definitely do it like this, but this is as far as you're going to get in terms of just dragging in the raw columns into the visual. This is not best practice. We never, ever, ever develop visuals using, using what I've done here with final mark. So dragging it in and saying we want the average of the final mark. We never do it like that. Okay. Yes, campus, obviously that's fixed. So we can use campus on the axis, but for things like that involve calculations, I mean, average mark, we can do that in a measure. We can say, what is the average of final mark and create that as a measure. That's the best way of doing it, the best practice method of doing it. So for us to create measures, right? Measure is basically a measure basically allows us to place DAX formulation, right? For those that are familiar with Excel, so like your sum, all your Excel type functions, your VLOOKUPs, and all different, so it builds on from there. I mean, it's not exactly the same. Your min, max, some functions are very similar or exact actually to Excel, but this is now 10 notches up. Okay, so there's other aggregator functions that can be used that Excel doesn't have. So if you do have Excel knowledge, then it will work to your benefit for DAX formulation. So basically what we want to do is we want to create a table, a new table where we can store all our measures, all our DAX measures, because we don't want to go and add measures amongst columns. And when we want to find a measure, then we have to open like 5 different data sets and go and search through everything and find it. It becomes a headache. And remember, we've structured and tidied up everything thus far, and there's no reason now to not continue with that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create something called a measure table, right? To create a measure table, I'm going to go to enter data. Okay. And I'm going to just create a blank table, and I'm going to call it, okay, I clicked something by mistake there. Let me just cancel this if I can. Okay, just want to delete that, sorry. I clicked that by mistake. Okay, I want to create a measure table. So I'm going to go to enter data, and I'm just going to rename this. Okay, I'm going to be specific about my naming convention. I'm going to call it measures. Okay, and I'm going to load it into a model. It's just a blank table. Okay, so what Power BI has done, now, if you can see on my far right, it's created this thing called measures 2. Okay, and remember with Power BI is that it notifies us what this tab is based on this icon that we see on the left. So we can see this is like a table format. So it's telling us it's tables, right? So technically measure 2 is a table. It's not a measure table. Okay, for us to create a measure table, we have to first create our very first measure in this measures 2 for us to change this to a measure table, right? So to create a measure in Power BI, you first, as I said, create your blank table. In the measures tab, you're going to expand it up until you see column 1, and you're going to right click on column 1, and you're going to say new measure, right? something called new measure. And what's going to happen now is that it's going to create this, similar to how we have in Excel, this top pane where we can go and calculate and use DAX to develop complex measures. So what we want to do is, create a measure called average final mark, right? We're naming things properly so that we can always come back and understand what we've done. So we want to say equals to, right? And we want to now say we want the average, okay? So as you start typing, Power BI already picks it up. And the good thing about Power BI is if you hover over this I, or you click on it rather, sometimes when you even type it up. So let's type it in, average, and open the brackets. It tells you what it's looking for. So it's looking for a column name, and it returns the average, the arithmetic mean of all numbers in a column, right? So one important thing to note about Power BI is that it does its calculations in a column base, okay? In Excel, we work off row base. So it's cells, I can say cell A1 times cell A2, okay? And it's going to give me the answer. In Power BI, it's going to take the entire column multiplied by that entire next column, and it's going to give you a result. So it's not going to do an individual cell multiplication, if I can put it like that. It's column based, right? And that's where developing these DAX formulae is so important, because we can adjust the context of how we want to develop this measure. So for us, we want to do an average, something called an average X. Okay, now what's the difference between average and what's the difference between average X? So as we saw, average returns the average arithmetic mean of all numbers in a column, and average X calculates the average of a set of expressions evaluated over a table. So this is an aggregator measure, meaning that it's going to look at each instance of every single row in the data, and it's going to take an average, right? So I can, for example, go and take an average for, say, just Indonesia campus. And it'll allow me to do that, provided that I've used this X function. But if I have not used the X function, it's going to just calculate the whole average for the entire data set that we have. So average X is, for very large data sets, is the correct aggregator function that we need to use, right? So we want to take the average X of, right, which table, right? We need to put in the table that we want to take or develop the measure. So final mark is stored in which table? It's stored in performance data, isn't it? So if I click on performance data, that's our table. What's the column that we're interested in, right? So if I put a comma, I'm interested in final mark. So if I type in final mark, you will see that it picked it up as performance data final mark. So when I click on that and close brackets, obviously it's syntax specific. So this is DAX. Now you code DAX. If you click on enter, you will see that it developed a measure. Can you see this calculator sign? This calculator sign tells us that this is a measure. And the beauty of measures is that it holds close to zero space. It's kilobytes small. So you can have complex measure, a regression model measure, and it'll hold 15, 20 kilobytes, and it's also, that's the beauty about measures. Okay, but again, remember I was telling you that this icons helps us identify what we're dealing with in Power BI. And this is still a table. We want it to be a measure table, not just a normal column data table. So for us to do that, we need to remove this column, right? So what we do is we right click on this column, right? And we delete it from the model and we click on OK. Okay, and what happens immediately? Can you see how this icon changed to a calculator now? So now this has informed us that this is not just any random data table in our model that we've grouped in the back end, but this is rather a measure table where we're going to store every DAX measure that we create for this model. And you can create 10 different measure tables. If you want to create a measure only for geographical analysis, store that in one measure table. Then the next one, biographical analysis, store that in a second table. You can do that, but I just store everything on one table, okay? So the correct way now for us to do it is if I go and now we have this exact same measure or this visual that I've created, I can now go and drag in average final mark into values, and it's going to create this for me. Okay. Maybe let's, instead of using campus, let's actually change that to maybe site. Okay, so we can see now the average final marks by site. So we can see Indomiso has the highest average mark, whereas Brickfield is the lowest in terms of average final marks. So Ku is like, why are there two measures? So Ku, there's one measure, right? But this is not a measure. This is coming from the data that in the back end. This is what we want to develop the analysis on. So on site, we want to know what is the average final mark by site. So hopefully I answered your question there in terms of why there's two measures. This that we see on the top is just one measure. That's just one measure, taking an average. All right. Okay. Now remember early on, I said we can analyze this data by saying male and female. We can filter. Remember, our lookup tables are filtering tables. So say now I want to filter this table by males and females. I want to understand how are each site performing in terms of males and females. So if I go and add a filter, right? This is the filter visual. I click on filter, right? I can then go and find gender, right? Which is stored under student biodata, right? So I can go to gender or race or whatever it is I want. Let's look at gender, drag it into the field. And can you see that it creates two tick boxes here, right? So if I click on female, can you see that the graph is changing? If I click on male. So immediately now we can analyze our data according to gender, according to male and female. And again, remember we're using only our lookup tables to filter. So this is where that waterfall effect, remember? This belongs into in the lookup table. Average final mark is coming from a fact table. So we're filtering this table into that table. So we can be rest assured that this filtering is aggregating the data. It's taking an average X over each row and it's aggregating it correctly according to each site. Okay, and you can go and replicate this exact same analysis in Excel and test it, and you'll get the exact same answer. Okay, and then I can go, for example, add in, say now I want to look at, let's add another filter. Okay, I want to now do an analysis by race. So if I drag in race, okay, so we have African, colored, Indian, no information, white. So I'm interested in the male population looking at white. Okay, so we can see again, now this is pertaining to what we filtered in and looking at Riverside and Ritson. So we can see how the white population male have performed on both campuses. We can go to females and understand, okay, how have the Indian population performed, right? And we can again see the analysis by gender and by race, right? And then we can also develop other visuals. Let's develop one more measure before we close off. Say we want to get a total count of all the students that are enrolled at the organization or at the campus. We can create, so that means we have to create a new measure, correct? So if I right click, again, I'm going to create a new measure. So I'm going to go to measures. I'm going to right click and create a new measure. Okay. So what I want to do is now I want to count the students. How many students do we have in our organization? And it's not just a count, because remember, it's going to count every single instance of the student. I want to do a distinct count of students in the performance data set, because all the students that have registered, that have written an exam, I want to get a count of all the students. So let's create a new measure and let's count, and let's call it count of students. Okay, and what I want to do is a distinct count. So I can call in a function called distinct count. And again, it always helps you in terms of what needs to be placed in the measure. So if you're not familiar with DAX, this will guide you. And there's so many training manuals, Power BI DAX training manuals that will help you to choose the correct function, right? And what we are looking for is a column name, right? So we want to get the distinct count of student number, right? But from where? Okay, so we want to make sure that it's student number from the performance data. Okay, so if we scroll down, this is all coming from the bio data. So let's type in student number. There we go. Right, so we got student number from the bio data. Why is it picking it up there? Let's see something. So if I type in performance data, let's type in performance data and let's scroll down and look for student number. There we go. Okay, I think because my N was small case, but should have picked it up. Anyways, it's student number, right? And if I close this, I now have a distinct count of all students in the organization. And now remember, when you're developing a visual, you can't just randomly select visuals and plug in data. Remember, things that are categorical, right? So like city campus, Riverside, Steve Biko, this is categorical data. There's specific visuals for this type of analysis. If you want to analyze by campus, the most recommended chart is a bar graph. If you're looking at time, so you're analyzing by week, by month, by year, then the recommended visual is a line chart, a line graph. That's what you should be using. And in our case, we want to do a count, right? So which visual will give us the best representation to understand count? Yes, possibly a pie chart will definitely work. A donut chart should work, or even tree map. Okay, let's just try a donut chart for now, or a pie chart. So I'm going to click on a pie chart, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag in my count of students under values. That's what I want to analyze. Okay. And what do I want to do it by? What should the legend be? I want to understand by site how many students are enrolled. Okay. So if I go to program data in our lookup table and I drag in site on the legend, this is what it does. Populates this visual that we see here. Okay. And we can play around, say we're not happy with this visual or it doesn't fit into the context of how I want to represent or set up my dashboard. Because remember, it's endless in terms of visuals you can use. Let's go and maybe select a tree map. Okay, and look at this. We have a tree map that obviously, depending on the size of the block, it'll tell you which sites have the most students. So we can see Riverside, Ritson, the highest populated sites, followed by ML Sultan, Brickfield, Steve Biko, and the city campus, right? And then the beauty about it as well is that visuals are interactive. So say I want to, again, I remember this is only filtering for Indians and for females, right? So if I unselect everything, then this is for every campus, for all gender types, sorry, and for all races. So now looking at the interactivity of visuals, right? So say, let's change this from site. Let's actually make this, let's say campus, okay? If I select on Pietermaritzburg, it's gonna filter this visual and show you all the campuses, all these sites that belong under Pietermaritzburg, which is Riverside and Null. If I select on main campus, it's gonna show us Ritson, ML Sultan, City Campus, Steve Biko, and Brickfield. Or if I go to the last one, which is, what is this orange part? Indomiso, it'll filter that and it'll show you that. So visuals are also interactive. You can use visuals to filter each other, or you could use the filters on the top. And you can select more than one. Say you want to analyze African population and the colored population. You can select both and males. So again, it's going to filter everything that we see here on this page. Okay, so yeah, I think we can stop here. Sorry, I know it went a bit over time, but we can leave the remainder 6 to 8 minutes for questions and answers. Thank you, guys. Hope everybody enjoyed the session, and I look forward to continuing this tomorrow. Dr. Parker, maybe over to you.
I was just waiting to see if anyone was raising their hands, if there are any questions. I know this was just a demo, actually, and you can actually do it step by step tomorrow.
Yes, so please do not be worried if this is all too much and you don't know what happened. Tomorrow, you will definitely understand every step that I followed to develop these visuals.
Yeah, so are there any questions if people just want to raise their hands and ask? All good? I don't see any hands or any questions in the chat, actually. What I was going to suggest was, with tomorrow being Friday, should we start at 9 o'clock, guys, rather than 9:30? And then it just means then that we saved the half an hour in the afternoon. So we might finish off a bit earlier. People okay with starting at 9 tomorrow? Thanks, Jean. Jean agrees?
Yeah, yes, I'm for it.
Okay, all right, perfect. Yeah, and then again, just a reminder that tomorrow is a continuation of today. And so I think maybe, yeah, maybe we haven't heard back about the evaluation. So we just do the one evaluation tomorrow. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, if there are any comments or questions just specifically on what we've done today, I think it was pretty good in that you had the polls actually, so you were able to go back and make sure everyone, no one fell behind. So I don't think that would have been an issue. And I think tomorrow, once you complete it in terms of the content, people would then be able to give a more comprehensive evaluation in terms of what perhaps they would still like to see maybe in forthcoming workshops. So yeah. Other than that, I think thank you, Akshay. I know I found it very interesting today's session.
You're welcome, Dr. Parker. Thanks, everyone. Any other questions from the team?
I see people are putting comments in the chat there, Akshay.
Okay, then that's perfect. So if there's no more questions, then we can adjourn the session and I'll see everybody tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay, any final instructions in terms of what we've developed and how to save it and where to save it or anything like that, actually?
Yeah, so you can just leave it on your desktop. We did save, I'm not going to save what I've done now because I'm going to repeat it tomorrow, but everybody should have saved this on their National Workshop folder where the data is stored. So just save, make sure it's saved in that same folder, and then tomorrow we will open it from the same folder and continue from where we left off.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. I don't know if Fatima is still with us or if Takalani has joined. Just any few words from Saide.
Hi, cool. Sorry, I'm still here looking after you all. So we'll be on board at 9 tomorrow. That's fine with us. I have alerted Takalani about the evaluation form. I haven't heard from him yet, but people might get the evaluation form later this evening. I've also had requests for recording of the sessions for folk that had to leave early. So generally, normally we send that out like the following week or so, but I'm going to try my utmost to get it out this evening. I just also have to rush off at 4:30. But I'll send that through. I see Takalani is with us. He might want to add a few words. Takalani? I am so certain I saw him a second ago. Okay.
Yes, I also saw him.
Okay, so we might have lost him then. Nothing further from my side. Cool.
Okay, lovely. Okay, so thanks, Fatima, for your support as well today. And then we'll see everyone at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks
Thanks so
everyone.
much.
Thanks, everyone. Take
Bye,
care. Be safe.
everyone. Thanks, Akshay. See you
Thanks,
tomorrow.
everyone.
Bye. Some great comments here, Akshay. Great.